everyone. Hello. How all of your weeks been, huh? I hope they've been good. Let me go ahead and start that timer there so we can go ahead and get the time down, and then let me go ahead and do the roll call on who's here in the early part of the stream. Let's start on the YouTube side of things. We have Rodrigo. Welcome in, Rodrigo. And then on Twitch's side of things, we have also Rodrigo. Two-time when I see. Oh boy, we also have one of your Stardust, and hi,
the
Jumbo,
underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
I suppose. We also have one here, Stardust, Eris, hello. We also have Eska, hello. We also have one here, the Drooper, welcome back into stream as well. And we also have Banavi and Alex and Sanapa. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I hope your week has been well, and coffee counts too. I already drunk my coffee today. I can't do two cups of coffee. That's pushing it. Might have one after stream, but back to back. I just finished mine. And I'm red, I see. Oh boy, are you red or purple? You can be both, technically speaking. And how was your week? My week, I can say, certainly was quite productive. I didn't get everything I wanted to get done, but I got the important stuff done. And how was everyone's week? Yeah, how are all of your weeks? And let me get the water. Hold on now. Water is all good to go. And hi, Neon. Welcome back into stream as well. Hold on, let me go ahead and copy that guy there. And let's see. Translator. Also, don't forget, Neon. I keep reminding you about this, but it's hard to moderate with the languages. And here's another greeting from Russia. Hooray! Maybe someday I'll learn to translate what she's saying quickly. Yeah, it makes it a little bit harder when it's in a different language. You know, at one point I did want to learn Russian, but I wanted to do a lot of things. But привет, hold on. Yeah, привет, Neon. Welcome into stream. And pretty solid. That's good to hear. And oh, that is a name I have not read before. I don't think. Period, possibly, but Pedoriord. Maybe. I can certainly try again. Well, welcome into stream as well. And, привет, yeah. And I'm graduating from school today. Congratulations, Santa, but that's really good news. It's always nice when people can go to school and finish school. That's always really nice to hear. And, hello, lovely. Oh, hi, Tilak. Welcome into stream. Welcome in as well. And, hey, congrats, yeah. And, chaotic, possibly chaotic and solid? Or is that chaotic, maybe? Possibly. And for Russia. How sweet. And where's my animation? Did you do the thing, Towak? If so, then I just think that maybe Twitch has a little bit of a bias for first-time followers versus un-first-time followers. But imagine, close your eyes for a second, and just think it's like a boom, 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 pa, 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 and then it says, Towak has just followed. There you are. You know what? Theater of the mind. That works too, I guess, but I like to think my mental animation works out a little bit better. Well, there you go, thank you for the follow, and fantastic, finally, after 3 months. Oh boy, it's like flipping a coin. It has to decide how it wants to feel that day. Oh boy, let me go ahead and move this guy over here. Let's see. Move you there. I think we're good there. Lovely. Okay, I think we're all good to go. That timer is just about up, so why don't we go ahead and get into things? Let me go ahead and move you all to the planning screen. Is the planning screen good to go? It looks decent, so you know what? We go. Oh boy, today should be a lot of fun though. A lot of brainstorming I think is gonna be. I do enjoy the brainstorming streams. A lot more thinking about concepts, less about code, but it's the idea of the design behind game design, the design behind game development. Because the thing is, it's like I like all aspects. I like the music creation, I like the programming creation, I like the art creation, but I really like just the psychology, the concept, thinking about how to make, for example, we'll try to see if we can make our tutorial easier to understand, or how to go about structuring a tutorial. I think those are always fun topics to cover. How to do the UI correctly, how to make the UI feel intuitive so that it doesn't feel uncomfortable when the player uses it. How to make sure that it feels like, I think usually easy interact button people use, so things like that. It's the little things, but I think the little things are always the best. And upcoming plans, procrastination. Things have been moving quite swimmingly, Toak. And did you see my game with sounds? I don't remember. I heard about it, but I have not seen it. No. Hold on. I will click on... I will write that down. T-O-A-C-K. And because I am quite curious. And hi, Sea of Tranquility. Howdy, and welcome into stream. Aside from that, not too much. We'll go over the pitch, then we'll do a recap. I will get you up to date on what the upcoming plans are going forward, as well as the end of seeing if we can get things done before the end of the year plans. And then we'll figure out how to do the tutorial and see if we can update the tutorial. And hi, ZH Art. Hi, welcome into stream as well. With all of that said, though, and can you say, Privyat Pantheon? Do you tire Pantheon? I think I said it right. How close was that? Oh boy. With that said, why don't we go ahead and continue? So let's see here. And when you have time, thank you, Toak. Yes, indeedy. So let's see. Let me also copy that there. I thought it started with an E. I couldn't be sure though. E-T-E-E-R-I-U. There we go. Okay, alrighty then. With all that said though, why don't you all go ahead and get all nice and comfy, sit back, relax. Clearly this is the place to be. Yeah, it's not like you can go anywhere, but if you wanted to go anywhere, I'm sure you could go somewhere. But I'm just saying things. I'm just saying, get there, just stay right there. Just right there. Technical difficulties, but we're all good now. Oh boy. And the game is it's harder. Yep, I tried, Toak. It's not easy in these parts. It seems to be the case. We always end up here, don't we? It's been at least, let's say, a solid year, maybe a year and a half, possibly even, that we always seem to end up in this business area, you could say. And, since you're here, there's not really anywhere you can go. You've pressed the elevator button already, and you have about, I'd say, possibly around a minute before the elevator comes, and there's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairs, there's no really way out aside from the elevator. But the elevator works. It's slowly coming, it's slowly on its way, but as the elevator's coming down to you, why don't I go ahead and come up? So why don't I just go ahead and oh, hold on! Close your eyes! You saw nothing! Now that you're here, and I'm sure you're quite business appropriate, right? So again here, let's do this again. Let's do this again. I'm just gonna, again make myself approachable here, accountable here. If I just do one of these moves here. Oh, hold on, it's moving slowly. That did not work in the way I thought it was going to. Hold on. Oh, our technical difficulties delightful. All right, I'm thinking. if I do that, and then I click that, maybe I'm feeling business casual today. Have you ever considered that, huh? Yeah. Today, it's like going to school and it's pajama day. Today, yeah, it's casual Friday. But you know what? Since you're here and I'm here, and clearly we're quite close as business associates, why don't I go ahead and talk about my up-and-coming game? And that game is no other than, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. Welcome to the elevator pitch. As you can see, very orderly, very business. She got fired from her business job. I'll have you know I'm the CEO. Are you wooden daughter? Oh boy. We see the exactly dramatic entrance. Welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where I intend to pitch my game in a minute or less to you. It serves as a way if you haven't been here before to get you up to date, if you haven't been here in quite a while to get you up to date, and it gives me a good way to get better at explaining my game in a short amount of time and in the best way possible. So it's a bit of a challenge, but also a bit of a recap, you could say, a bit of a fill-in. So when that timer, if I click on that guy up there, that timer, when it gets to 45 seconds, I will attempt to pitch my game to you. I'm sure by the end of it, you'll be 100% completely sold. As you can see, we're very business around here. Very business official. All right, are you ready? Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her wizard family to a prestigious wizard academy, and the idea is that she doesn't want to become a necromancer, no. She wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school where she serves her fellow wizard customers, her fellow wizard students. And the idea is that by the end of the semester, you can show your family you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You don't have to. The hope is that not only is a cafe sim game, but the way you create your food is by spellcasting. You have to summon the food. And in this world, magic is done via poetry, so you have to type out music to the beat or type out words to the beat. And the hope is that as you go along, you'll unlock more spells, more music, more poems, and the hope is that it'll be a fun combination, a little bit hectic too, as you're serving both customers as well as ghosts, since you're a necromancer. And scene! You know what? Not bad, not good. I'd give that one a solid 7. I think the last one was 6, but I'm gonna say 7. 7, definitely my better ones. I feel like slowly over time, the average has increased. And hi to Jack. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And I heard the word daughter. I feel myself becoming English. Good. I'm happy to hear it, Neon. That's really nice to hear. And nice to see you again. Of course, you too, Jack. And let's see. My favorite part of the elevator pitch is how long it takes to get to every stream. What do you mean? We're making good time. We're making good time in dating. Oh boy, let's see. And the worst elevator pitch now, no. Like, the best pitches are the ones where you don't even realize you're getting pitched to. That's the thing. And let's see here. Did I miss anything? Can you mention the word? Nope, not happening. Sea of tranquility? Not happening, if I can help it at least. With that said, let's go ahead and move on over to Obsidian. Now, if for whatever reason, and I don't know why this would be the case, but if for whatever reason that wonderful, amazing, delightful pitch did not sell you, that's okay, that's all right. You can currently try out the prototype that is up on itch. So if I do !Necrotype, and I paste that in, the bot should do its thing, hopefully, and it seems the bot wants to be broken today, that's okay. And hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Hold your horses. Let me get that. And hi, Lazy Loaf. Welcome back into stream. Hola. Let me get some water here. Alrighty, water is all good. Thank you for that redeem. Let me go ahead and hide this guy. Show this guy here. And I should hopefully, if I make this guy full screen here, and if I click on, let's see, if I do exclamation Necrotype. Hopefully that'll work. New name, new me. I thought so. Aren't you the one that says hamburger? If I remember correctly, or is that a different name I'm thinking of? Oh my. But as you can see, you click that link, you'll be sent to the Edge page. And recently this week, the ghosts are now in the game. To any of you that know, and purple, I see. There's so many silly things. I see. How could I forget the classic purple? Alrighty then. The hope is that with this update, a few of the bugs that were happening A few of the bugs that were happening in the game will now no longer be a thing. And also, let me go ahead and make sure this guy should be the color red. There we go. Okay, we should be good to go now. So we hope that not only are the ghosts now added, hopefully the bug that we were dealing with won't appear anymore. I haven't been told that it's here, but you know what? Why don't we see? Why don't we go ahead and try? So what I'll do is click on calibration here, and let's try out the new calibration system, shall we? So what I'll do is I'll click on start. And I heard the word hamburger, a bit of a meme from our country, but to me, an American hamburger is more precious than my homeland. Hold on now, those are strong words. Hamburgers are delicious. I give you that one, but that's a strong one. Alrighty, let's go ahead and try. So if I click start, let's see. Right, hit, oh, hit, okay, hit, 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 hit. Alrighty, calibration has been set to negative 0.46 milliseconds. Okie dokie. And cheeseburgers are good, hamburgers are kind. Also, I don't think I did the math here right. This guy would be, oh, you can see it. Oh, you can see my mouse. It would not be, this is wrong, isn't it? Because 1 is 1 second, milliseconds, or is this right? I can't tell, or would it be 46 milliseconds? Decimals were never my strong suit. But I don't think this is right. I think this would be in terms of seconds. If I want it to be milliseconds, is it going to be 46 milliseconds? Negative 46? I think, if that is, I think possibly right. I need a calibrator for the calibrator. Oh boy, eventually decimals will make sense. For now though, I will also update it so that the, it says it correctly, that should be 46, negative 46. Okay, that's good to know. And I need a calibrator for the calibrator. We'll see. And cheeseburgers are good, hamburgers are a crime. Cheeseburgers are delicious. I feel like a hamburger is just implied to be a cheeseburger. I don't know if I could deal with a hamburger that doesn't have anything on it. What we'll do is we'll click on levels here, and oh, you know who I forgot as well? Hold on. I may not be business today, but that doesn't mean we can skip out on the good old business partner here. Bobby, there he is. Alrighty then, where were we? You can now see that the ghost level has been added. And again, heed caution, if you don't know anything about the ghost mechanic, if you haven't been here, I would say hold off on trying this experimental level, as if you don't know what you're doing, chaos will happen very quickly. And the hope is that today we'll be making a tutorial, since the tutorial has not been added for the ghost. We have a tutorial, but it needs to be updated, and that's what we'll be doing today. And Bobby was late to work, pay getting docked. Hold on now, it's the holiday season. Everyone's allowed to have a little bit of a leisurely time. He can go where he pleases. He's not required to be here. He's here because he wants to be here. And he's also not here because he's being paid to be here. He's doing it as his own enjoyment. He has a life outside of this. We'll go ahead and click on tutorial here. Alrighty then, why don't we go ahead and get started? And this certainly needs to be modified. That looks a little off. So why don't we go ahead and if Bobby's late too many times, he gets fired? No, because he can never be late. He's always here on time. Let me write that down. Let's see. Formatting, to-do list stuff. I just don't want this guy to close. Let's see. Formatting needs to be tweaked. Okay, I added that there. We'll go back to that when we get there. And I think hamburgers are fantastic. Also, they are the most baseline version of food tree. So it requires, because you built, I see. You know what? That makes sense. And do you have a drawing contest or something like that for your stream? Could you please write in the chat because I'm a bit slow? We don't have a drawing contest, Neon, but every month at the start of the month, we do a draw together. It's kind of like a challenge. Eska, since you're here, would you mind responding to Neon's message on YouTube side of things to talk about the draw together? And let's see how to do this well. And a wizard arrived precisely when he needs to be. Exactly. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and use the arrow keys on here. And look at that, a customer has spawned. So if we click E on the customer will mosey their way on down, find a spot to sit at that they are nice and comfy with being at. So we'll let them go do their thing. And what should I do on YouTube chat side? If you could explain the draw together, how we do it at the challenge side of things, to answer the question. I would consider that maybe a semi-challenge, you could call it, or yeah, it's a challenge. I don't know if I call it a contest, but that's the closest thing I can think of. I think if you want a mint bun sandwich, oh boy. Once the customer has sat down and once they've read through the menu and they're ready to order, what you do is you click E. Once E has been clicked, if I hold down space here, you can see the monthly draw draw together. If I hold down space, you can see that we have a few things going on here. We have a pink, we have a purple, we have a symbol here. And the idea is that each wizard is assigned to a different flavor and a different color. In our case, since we are a necromancer, our color is purple and the flavor is bitter. And as you go along in the game, you'll unlock more wizards. So for example, we have a pyromancer, they're fire wizards, they'll have the flavor spicy, and they'll either be the color orange or red. Haven't decided yet. And you can see there's a sweet here, and the hope is that this sweet is going to be our Medimancer. So our healer wizards is a custom wizard class, and they'll have the purple color, the pink color, as you can see, pink. And Zipper, I even managed to trailing almost anything you said, but I understood the gist. I see. Lovely, Neon. And show off my masterpiece at the level of Picasso. Lovely. And the game is perfect now. Yeah, can you imagine? Spicy sweet, spicy bitter? I'm excited. With that said, what we'll do is we'll follow this little skull guy to the right. And if we go this way, you'll see we've got a few things going. He's showing us to go to about here. So we'll follow him. We'll go about back here. And it tells we need 2 flavors and a product. So to grab the ingredient, interact with E with the bookshelves and place items on the desk. Remember, sweet, bitter, cake. So let's see. We'll go up to a bookshelf here and we have sweet and bitter flavors. So I'll grab a sweet flavor. I'll then also grab a bitter flavor. And I'll also grab a cake flavor. So we have sweet, bitter, cake. Once all of these guys are on here, we can hold down Q. Great job. Now to start the spell, hold down Q. Alrighty, I'll listen to it. Holding down Q. So if we hold this guy down, let's see. Type the letters when it hits the white circle. Alrighty. This is your progress bar. When full, the spell is complete. Alrighty. And this is the tongue type meter. When full, the spell fails. Missing notes fills it up. Alrighty then. Are you ready to see if this calibration system worked? Or are you really just going to have to spend today working on bugs instead of the tutorial? I have hope. I tried it out before, but you know, sometimes the tests you do offline are not the results you see online, so we'll see. To summarize what this thing said is that when the letters reach here, you press the letter on the white circle. When this guy fills up, spell is complete. And when this guy fills up, spell is over, you have failed because you missed too many things. Alrighty, let's go ahead and give it a try. I'll click close and then I have to start typing. So let's see here. W-I-T-H space T-H-R E-A-D-S space O-F space T. Definitely feels weird. W-I-L-I-G-H. Yeah, it feels slower. T space A-N-D. Space G-O-A-T-S-K-I-N W-V-I-O-L-E-N-T space. Yeah, maybe we need to add a custom thing too. S-O-C-K-S, comma. Yeah, 42%. I don't like those odds. Something is certainly off, and I think that could be solved too as well as just giving the... I don't know, but that definitely didn't feel right. And the skulls are spaces? Yeah, if it's not obvious the skulls are spaces, that means I'm failing poorly at my job, which means we need to add that into the tutorial that the skulls are spaces. That's what it means if it wasn't clear. That's a bad thing. But I'm glad you got the gist of it. And draw togethers happen on the first weekend of each month. You can take a quick peek. Yes, thank you. Aska, that does explain today. At least I hope it does. They don't have magma and everyone gets their draw in their own space. Yes. I believe that does. And the idea is that every 20 minutes the theme changes and there's a random theme for the draw togethers. And that was like a -1 point. Oh, no, not at all. I'll show you just in a quick second. If we pick up this cake here and we... No, you're not just... You're not dumb. I assure you. The thing is that I never say it out loud. I just imply. But sometimes you just have to say it in the things. And hey, chat, I did a bad thing. You did. And perfect 0. Okay, 0, poor 0. Miserables. We'll go ahead and serve the customer here. The customer will eat their food, wipe their mouth, and once they're done eating, they'll go ahead and walk on over to the exit. So we'll have their customer go on their merry way, and we'll wave goodbye, and there they go. That is the game in a nutshell. And you know, because of the implications. Here's probably. Do you even think of the implications? And hi, Demastrix, or was it Dematrix? I cannot remember. I'm going to go with Demastrix, though. Welcome to stream, and if that is incorrect, please correct me. I forget what musical that's from. I know it's from a musical. Think of the implications. Oh boy. If we go to main menu here, the only place I show the correct, lovely. And wait, you have failed but missed the other part? Could you elaborate, Tawak? Is the wording wrong? Is that a bug? That's no good. Oh boy. The only place I talk about spaces is in the calibration. So the idea is that if you do the calibration, you'll associate the skulls with the space. I never say that the skulls mean space, but I say here press space when the skulls align with the circle. So the hope is that by a person playing the game, or playing the calibration, they'll realize, but it never says skulls equal. And totally musical? It is! Oh, I remember. The guy who hates musicals. The guy who didn't like musicals. Yeah. The guy who didn't like musical. There was a think of the implications. Oh boy. Let's see here. I'll go ahead to you here. So the hope is that if you did the calibration, and what do you need to calibrate? Oh, that's not good. There's supposed to be a white circle there. Oh, I guess not. Maybe not. Huh, I guess it doesn't matter, technically speaking. Well, okay, you know what? I'll give it to that. That's okay. Alrighty then. With that said, there's a few things I noticed right away. One thing is that if we go back into our tutorial level here, and I move around here, we grab this guy here. There's a few things I do want to update for certain, as I haven't updated the tutorial in a while, and I want it to wait until the ghosts were a part of the tutorial. What you'll notice is that if I go here, if I grab our sweet flavor, and I grab our bitter flavor, and I open up this guy, you'll notice if I hold down Q that the tutorial switches from in-game to having a menu screen. This was always meant to be temporary, so I definitely want to put this in the game itself to tell you, instead of just some screenshots that tell you. That's one thing I certainly want to do. And hi, oh, I know it's not Needle. Is it Niddle, possibly? How about just Murda? Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Hello, ears. Hello. Welcome in. Let's see. Yeah, I want to definitely fix this guy here. That is on the to-do list. And just so we're all up to date as well, as I think one thing I want to do too is work on a way for the player to automatically, or to set their own calibration if they don't want to do the calibration test. Or I don't know. We have a system in place, but it still feels a little off, so we can figure it out. And Neato is fine. Our murder works too. I see Neato, it'll be that. Oh boy. So there's a few things I see, a few tweaks already. So we'll go ahead and I'll click on this guy here, click on play. Close this guy here. And you can see a to-do list has been getting done. Many to-do lists. I like to keep this here as just any time. You can see rework book UI. That is something that has not been done. Rework entire tutorial. Would you look at that? Bookshelf idea to select objects. We definitely did do that. Lovely. And add or replace the song for variety 3. Definitely not done yet. Too late. I'm calling you Danny. Oh boy. Alrighty then. What we'll do is we'll go into our notes here instead. Most of these notes are no longer needed. Calibration screen. Oh, hold on. I can also mute this guy. You should still be able to hear the music. And if I hide this guy, show this guy, that should be full screen now. Lovely. And with that said, let's see. Player can press any key, store indicators, goal get perfect. All right, we'll just move our notes to down here. I think that's okay. So let's see. Things we're doing on the to-do list. One thing is going to be reworking the tutorial. And sure, I suppose. We'll go ahead and let's see, we'll go to the right a little bit. And then we'll go to the left a little bit. And then we'll go to the back a little bit. And then to the front a little bit. Alrighty, that's a good start. And with that said, let's see here. Rework tutorial, that's on today's list, so WRKTUTORIAL. I also think it would be fun to have, and these are just things I want to add, or attempt to add before the end of the year. So that's in about 1-ish, 2-ish, around 2 weeks. Really, it's about 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days. I think it's possible. And in the middle of researching the structure behind my next game project, I may have underestimated the scope, but who doesn't like a challenge? I have learned indeed that scope creep does, it's a little scary. It definitely creeps up on you, as they say. I understand why. Rework tutorial. I'd like it if you could do custom calibration numbers, so I'll do custom, C-U-S-T-O-M, custom, C-A-L-I-B-R-A, custom calibration numbers. I'll add that in there too. And we also need to work on the UI layout. UI layout, L-A-Y-O-U-T, layout needs to be tweaked. Okay, I think these are just things to do. I don't think we're missing anything that is obvious. So I'll go ahead and bring you into programming here. And from there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on play here. And everyone who's alive are the ones that are dead than when they were alive, and the ones that are not born yet they will. Oh boy, what a loop. I'll go ahead and click on this guy here, click on this guy. And before we, oh, hold on, wrong thing. Let's see here. Let me click on, where are we at? Good Joe. That is that one. Yep, it is that one there. Okay, there we go. And cowards! Challenge is where the fun is. Oh boy. I suppose it depends on the person. I like a little challenge, just not a lot of challenge. With that said, though, let us continue. So let's see. We have levels here, and let me just also slide this guy over and up. Okay, we're good to go. And if I click on, let's see, you're always a joy to watch. Thank you. I'm happy to hear it. It's always really nice to hear. Let me see if I can make this guy bigger. Nope, you can't make it bigger. That's okay. That's all right. And fun is on the stream. Eris monopolized it. I definitely think one thing we should do is I'm thinking that also requiring the player to do the calibration is also a good thing. Having the calibration is you can do it. You can try it. I think making the calibration a requirement is also a good thing too. So you know what? I'll put that on Obsidian too. So what I'll do is I'll enable Obsidian here. You should be able to see it if I click on Obsidian there. There you go. We're in Obsidian. And then let me also slide this guy here. And going for ice cream, can you pause for 5 to 10 minutes? Eris, thanks. Unfortunately, Telek, that's not how this works. But I believe since you have a subscription on Twitch, you should be able to rewind it. I think that's how it works. Don't quote me on that. I think it's a new feature, but I don't know who gets it. What I want to add in here is that I think another tweak is REQIRE, require player to do CALIBRATION. Is that how you spell calibration? I feel like there's another L in there. Calibration? Calibration. Nope, apparently I spelled it right the first time. Interesting. And YouTube subs can rewind stream. Or YH? Is that yeah? Or alright, I have bot feature live stream, like on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I think that's another thing to note. Require the players to do the calibration. Fantastic! And then I'll subtract this guy here. I'm just noting things down. And if you have a suggestion too, feel free to shoot it my way. I can add it up to the board as well. And reading YH's YouTube is wild. I never know what these things. I've never seen YH. Maybe that stands for yeah, possibly, or yeah. I usually do YE for yeah. I don't know. Let's see. All right. Space. The thing is, when I do all of the tests in Godot itself, I find the tests go well. And then I do the test on other computers, or my computer on the web, and it doesn't. And it's, yeah, I see. I assure you I'm not that old. I can be hip and cool. Why don't we go ahead and make it so that the calibrated results show the, that it's 29 ms. Let's do that first. I think that's a good start. That way we're getting good data. So let's start there. Let's start there. Let's see. I can close all of these guys. We won't need them for now, so you all get closed. And then I'll open up the cafe here. And how do you do, fellow kids? Back snaps in half. Every time I move, you hear bones creaking. We'll open up the cafe here, cafe scene here, and then we'll go into the, let's see. This is going to be on the calibration screen as well as the pause menu. So we have the calibration screen here. Then we also have our, let's see, spell casting screen. So our spell casting screen, spell casting screen. And I'm thinking is maybe we just make a function for get milliseconds. And YH goes, yeah? What does that even say, Toak? I don't even know what that means. I don't know. I'm not even going to try. Nope. I looked at it. I glanced at it. I don't like it. So, you know what? Not happening. Oh boy. We use the milliseconds in some areas. We use it in the spellcasting screen. We use it in the calibration screen. We also use it in the options menu. And I believe that's everywhere we use it, if I'm not mistaken. Though we could use it in other places. This latency guy there. And only for cool people. Nah. So I don't, you know what? I'll give you that one. If you want to feel cool, yeah. Who am I to deprive you? Let's see here. What I want to do is modify this guy. And I want to do like a utility function that says translate or something like that. That way we get the milliseconds. I think that would be a good idea. Something like that, or something of the sorts. How would you get that milliseconds? Do you chop off the first two, or oh, you know what? You would multiply it, wouldn't it? You would multiply 0.046 times 1,000, or you would multiply that by 1,000, if I'm not mistaken, right? To get the milliseconds, I think. So if I go to calculate, hold on, I think I understand decimal conversion. Okay, you take 0.029 you multiply that by 1,000. So 1, 2, 3, right? Yes, you multiply it by 1,000. Okay, hold on. Okay, so all we have to do is just do this times 1, 2, 3, like that, right? And then that'll give us our milliseconds in terms of numbers. So this will make it into negative 29, right? Doing it. And there's this little coolest of the wall. How sweet. Very, very sweet, I tell you. Though I can assure you, I don't make my words that tiny. So we'll update it here. We'll update it. Let's see here. That's the thing. Usually you would make this into a function then if you want to get the milliseconds in terms of I think it would be better possibly. Just so that whenever we have to say the milliseconds, I like that. I do like that. Function, and then we'll say get ms as string. I think that'll be good. And that way, anytime we want to modify the milliseconds to string, we can do it here. And then we'll do that there, and then we'll do a return. And we're going to return, and then we'll say return. And then we're going to do, let's see, latency input. Input latency, or it's going to be string, and then it's going to be input, IMPUT, input offset, times, times. Yes, and then 1,000. Yeah. And program we discovered conversion 2025 colorized. I'll have you know, I've never been good at it. Oh boy. And then what we'll do here instead is then we can do latency plus utility dot get ms as string. That way, anytime we want to say the number, we can do it there and we won't have to go everywhere for it. For example, we have the options menu where we do it at. We also have the spellcasting screen we would do it at. So we have to grab this guy here, and then we have to find where we do the, let's see, spellcasting screen. It should be, I think, on our minigame over screen. So this guy here tells us the latency. Yeah. And if we go to this guy here, where are we getting the latency? We get it there. So again, we'll do this guy. We'll just do this here. So utility.ms gets string. And utility.ms as string, no parameters. Huh? What do you mean? And who needs to be good at math when, oh no, wait, that's actually useful. It is. I was always told, you won't always have your calculator in your pocket. And while that one turned out to be false, technically speaking, it definitely helps to know your fractions and decimals. And I never liked my fractions and decimals. It's like greens or eating your vegetables. I didn't wanna. I wanted to go straight into the desserts with multiplication. I did like multiplication. Let's see. So minigame over, I believe it does it there. We have our options menu where it does it as well. And then our spellcasting screen for our minigame over. Yep. Oh, for our calibration screen, we're going to need our results text. And if we go here to our results text, we just do this guy here. So results plus and just do that guy. So now we should have the MS instead. If we take a look, let's see. Click on you. We do our calibration now. I'll pause this music here and let's see, shall we? And hey there again. Hi, is it Thetra? I believe. Welcome back in. And how are you? And what is my Necromancer Rhythm Typing Cafe game? Welcome in. And welcome in. You came just at a wonderful time. I am currently working on a Rhythm Typing Cafe game. And today we're working on the tutorial, but I also wanted to try out the level so you'll get the full experience. Isn't that lovely? And hopefully, my explaining will make things better, and if not, the good news is that today we'll also be doing the tutorial that should hopefully explain things. So let's see, and drinking coffee? Lovely. And format strings forgotten? Well, I don't think it's needed here, because I'm doing a return in a single one. So not too much, but I have been using them. I have been using the format strings. And I believe the calculations themselves aren't that useful, but knowing when and why, yeah, I definitely agree, Jack. So let's see if it does give us a millisecond. So if I click start, let's do our calibrations. Let's see. Wait, hit. Wait. Hit after 2 years. Finally, you're making some sense. Hit. Let's see. Hit. Wait. Hit. Hit. Wait. Hit. Wait. Hit. Wait. Hit. Wait. Hit. Alrighty. Yes, that looks right? And then I guess you would just chunk or chop off the decimal at the end if there is post-decimal. Now, how do you do that? I'm sure there's a way, like you would slice it, and then you would get the -8, possibly, right? That's how you would do it. So after conversion, you would, I'm sure there's a function. There's gotta be a function that just removes anything after the decimal, right? If it's a whole number, possibly like that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do this for now. To do, well, it's gonna be a to do, chop, C-H-O-P, chop. Oh, right, I see it. But how do I don't want to round if it's like 8.2. If it's 8.2, I want it to show as 8.2. But if it's 8, I don't want it to show as 8.0. I would want it to show as 8. That's the thing. If it's a whole number, chop it. If it's a decimal, don't chop it. And I have to disagree on the 2 years part. It's only been 1. Oh yeah, that's true. It's been 1 and some change. It's been a little bit over 1. I started last August, and it's a little over August. You know, yeah. A little bit of credit. Thank you very much. And I also think it's determined by the speed of the game. We'll see how it works out. This calibration is fantastic. I don't know why I need it, but it's so cool. You know what? I ain't happy to be here. Chop off decimal DECIMAL for whole. That's full. Whole numbers. Full. Whole numbers. MUMBERS. All right. I'll save that there. Let's go ahead. And what I wanted to do was show off the ghost, as right now at least there's no tutorial for the ghost. So instead of showing you the regular gameplay, I'm going to show you all of what the game is at its base level. I'll try my best to explain things, but the hope is that once we finish, and if there's no bugs, the good news says there's no bugs. I did spot one, I think, so we'll see. So now that we have our calibration done, and let's just double check on the calibration. Yep, it says negative 0.8. I also added this here so you could always see what your latency is. Alrighty then, why don't we go ahead and give this a try? I will go ahead and click on this guy here, and now we're in the game. And let me pause the game for a quick second. I can make this guy a little bit louder. And if I click on play again, let's see. Alright, so you play as Gabriella here, a little necromancer, and you serve customers as is the cafe game. And what you do is you're going to, well, the customers will come in, you'll sit down the customer, and then you'll have to take their order and serve them. And before that, what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of prep work. I'm going to create a dish of memory and bitter. And you can combine 2 flavors together to get different food combinations, as well as you can see cookie and cocoa here. So before that customer orders, we're going to do this. So I'm going to hold this down. We're going to cast the spell. So SOCKS period space SACRED space TEX comma space TH. So far so good. E space BOR. Okay. OGOVES comma space BANDERS NATC. I'm getting a lot of purples. I did make it easier though, truth be told. H. There we are. 85, I feel like that's the highest. And convert those results into an int. If not equal to the double, then it has a decimal. Oh, thank you, Banafi. I will add that then. We'll click on finalize here. And the reason why I made a dish with memory flavor is because of this new guy here, a little ghost guy. The idea is that these ghosts appear in the game like customers. And if you don't banish the ghost, so if you don't feed them a specific type of food, they'll affect the customer's patience level. So you want to banish the ghost in the game. That's the hope of these guys. And I posted samples in the stream discussion. Thank you. I will surely take a look. The sooner we can remove it, the better we can get. You have missed, but the other has you failed. I see. Hold on. Let's see. I'll pause that there. And then I'll also write that down here. So let's see. Prior player to do calibration UI layout needs to be tweaked. Failed versus missed. Missed in results. RESULTS. Results screen. We'll leave that down there so I can recall. Thank you. Okay, so I'll click on play here. Let's go ahead and serve a ghost. We'll have, there's 3 ghosts. Why are there 3 ghosts? Are there 3 ghosts or me pausing the game caused it? I don't know. We'll see. And hi Rudy, welcome into stream. We have a lot of chaos going on. No one's getting served. The hope is that we'll have customer profiles to show how much they're affected by ghosts. For example, since these customers are necromancers, they don't get affected by ghosts. They don't mind the ghost. And therefore, you can see there's a gray circle or underneath the R that stands for their patience. And since necromancers aren't affected by ghosts, they're timer. And that's surprisingly a little bug. A few of them, one of the customers died. It's okay. We're just going through things. I think we're too behind on stock levels. I don't know if we can... I don't know if we can recover this. Yeah, sometimes that's okay. And the hope is that different customers will respond to ghosts differently. So ghosts, you want to banish them. And you can see, necromancer, they're immune to ghosts. But if I slide over here to this medimancer, they're afraid of ghosts. And if they're in the ghost radius, which is shown by them getting a little bit blue, you can see their speed meter goes down faster to show that they're a little bit afraid. And they're all dead. This is Necrotype Cafe, a place where dead entities wait until the necromancer recalls them into reality. The unfortunate news is, right now we're losing. That's that's okay. We'll ignore the Medimancer for now. We'll focus on the Necromancer. I think we can do that. So we'll grab a bitter, and then we'll grab a sweet, and grab a cookie, since those are the symbols. So we'll do a bitter, sweet, and then we'll grab a cookie. Let's go ahead and try this again. Pay attention to see if we can find the thing you were talking about, Tawak. So let's see. N-E-V-E-R-T-H-E. Right. L-E-S-S space. I space R-E. S-I-S-T-E-D. Space T-H-E space. Right. S-H-A. R-P space. T-E-M. P-T-A. T-I-O-N. There we are. 86%. I definitely think the tweaks I made to make it easier have made it easier overall. That's good. This one isn't supposed to be hard, but it's also not supposed to be easy. So I'll grab this one. Businesses require sacrifices. Yeah, a few things have to be accounted for, and I picked up the cookie. Okay, we're good. Grab you there. That customer is served. Yeah, the Medimancers kind of ran away. They're all afraid of the ghost, which is understandable. You know, the Medimancer's not too happy. And the first time I see a good dev of their own game, I definitely did increase or decrease the difficulty. I did do that. I can say that much. Alrighty, customer here wants a bitter cookie. Why don't we go ahead and serve them a bitter cookie? And one thing I think we'll have to add to the tutorial as well is, as I'm noticing things, is the clock. There's a clock on the wall here to show the time of day, but it doesn't say it. It's just there. I think adding that will also be a good idea. So, I keep pausing the game through here. I need to pause it like you would in game. That makes more sense. I'll do that there. And then we'll say, require player to do calibration. I also want to see for this rework tutorial, I want to do show clock, remove, R-E-M-O-V-E, slideshow. That's another thing I want to do. Just noting things down. There's a clock. See? That clock shows you when the game's up. And behind the wall, that clock right up there, that circle up there stands for the clock. But it's never said. It's just there. Oh boy. Well, go ahead, do the bitter cookie. Let's see how that goes. Hold on Q again, and let's give it a go. So, let's see. L-I-K-E space T-W-O space D-E-C-R-E-P-I-T. And maybe the clock was the customer served luckily. F-I-R-E-M E-N comma space F. Alright. I-R-E-M-E-N space U-N W-O-R-T-H-Y space yes indeed. That's how those were the letters said. C-K-S and period. Nope, I definitely missed that. Notes don't match. What do you mean? Notes look like they matched. Oh, yes, right. Missed. It should be... What here is wrong? We have perfect, we have okay, we have poor, and we have missed. That's right. Which part are you talking about, Toak, that has the fail part? Because this is right. It should say perfect, okay, poor, and miss. And I'm sitting here, but our customers are going to get impatient. Oh, boy. Here you go, customer. Enjoy. Delicious food to eat. And right now at the moment, too, there's no penalty for not serving the ghost. Or at least, they're just here. I can just serve the Necromancer since they're here. They don't mind the ghost, so I can just pay attention to the Necromancer since the ghosts don't affect them. I saw fail on another screen. I see. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about then. We'll serve them a bitter, let's see, sweet, and then we also have cookie. So we'll grab a cookie here. I'm not sure which one is final, missed or fail. It should be missed. And I'm guessing the final one. So let's see, M-E, that's not an N, E-R-T, let's see, H, okay, E, hi, Agape, welcome to the stream, L-E-S-S space, I space, R-E-S. Another thing I did too, and I don't think I added that in as well, is I shortened a lot of his spells so that they're not as long. Waste that one. All right, let's see, S-H-A-R-P space, T-E-M-P-T-A-T-I-O-N. There we go. All right, that's there. And you have your ghost too. So I definitely think that needs to be tweaked a little bit. We can also see about shortening them, guys. I'm not going to serve the ghost. They just like food. It's not a requirement for them though. Oh boy. And we'll let the customer leave, and then we'll end the day because I think I can just end game. I see. There it is. That's what Toak was talking about. Alrighty then. Well, you know what? let me go ahead and enable music on here. We'll mute the game. We can go ahead and get started on patch notes. Isn't that lovely? I've been doing my best every time I make a modification. Fail. There it is. And the shorter poems give me fortune cookies, fortunes vibes. What do you mean by, oh yeah, like, what is it, haiku? Something like that, where it's a really small poem check? I do get that one, yeah. The hope was to make them 2-verse poems. That was always the want. And these right now, at least these poems, they're, what is it? These guys, they're not meant to be long. And patch notes? Yeah, we'll work on some patch notes. How I've been doing my patch notes, as you can see here, is I do my best to just make a laundry list. I grabbed a, template offline, and I can paste this in Discord if you want it too. But I have this guy here, and then anytime I need the date, or I have the date of something, I can put it here, and then I just fill these guys in with whatever is here, or whatever is needed. And I got no idea what we're referring to, but sure. different types of poems. So what we'll do is we'll make a new log here, so new note, we'll call it VERSION, and I think 3.1. Now, I don't know if any of you, not 3.1, 4.1. I don't know if any of you know about, let's see, hold on. Is it 3.1? What version is this? I see a 3 here. I see a 3, 4, yep, 4.3. I see, you're 4.4 then. There you go. I don't know if any of you ever heard of Minecraft before, and 0.01% chance for 5,000 word poem. That'd be, I would love like an endless mode. I feel like that could be a fun thing to do. And Bobby, how could you already? In Minecraft, sometimes their game versions get a little wonky. You'll have 1.7.10, and then recently, I think the longest has been like 12, or is it like, I don't even know, but it's like 12.10.1.2. It's something like this. And it ends up just looking like an IP address or something. And my hope is that we'll never get to that point. And when Minecraft got to 1.9, everyone thought for sure that the next update was going to be Minecraft 2.0. But no, it went to 1.10, I think, is what they did. Oh boy, everyone was so excited, but nope, not 2.0. And they're going insane over there. It was a surprise emoji really going for our next version. 1.27.0.0.1, yeah! It's so silly. What we'll do is I'll grab this guy here and we'll work on those. So I don't think I noted in my changelog at least that I made it a little bit easier. Let's see. I added the ghost. Let's see here. I added the audio for typing. I added the UI tweaks. I added the spell casting animation. I made, I did. I said I made scoring perfect, but I also shortened some of the spells. So we'll add that in there. So I'll go ahead and paste this guy in here. We'll make sure that this is 4.4, so version 4.4. I don't know when the date's going to be, so we'll just remove that there. Don't need you there. And how's Bobby doing today? I'd say he's doing swell. He's able to press the button quite well for the outbreak, so yeah, he's doing quite dandy, I'd say, He's doing as he is. And hi, James. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And for more details, check out semantic versioning. I never heard of that one before. Sounds like a fun concept, though. Hold on. SEMANTICVERSONING. I would love to check that out. At least snapshot numeration they have makes sense. This one seems like numbers because we need numbers. All the numbers. It's made it very hard to keep track of things. So let's see here. Introduction. Well, we're gonna remove that. New features. Nope. For improvements, what I want to add here is I'm going to add shortened, SHORTEN, shortened spells. There we are. That's something we did. We also, let's see, made a, well, I don't know. What'd you call the thing we did where we changed the milliseconds visuals? I would say, yeah, it's a small bug. It wasn't required, so we'll do that there. And I also think, hold on. You have 5 levels of precision in one screen and 4 in the results, but may be wrong. Possibly talk. We can certainly take a look at that. I'll add on here for bug fixes that fixed visual or fixed what can we say? We turned the MS. We need to change the MS. So fixed MS not showing. Correct CORECT, correct formatting. FORMATTING. Fixed latency formatting. Fixed latency LATENCY. Fixed latency FORMATTING. That is something we also did, so I'll add that there too. There we go. And server.m for more info, by the way. Thank you, Sea of Tranquility. Let's see, SEMVER.org. Hi, we'll be glad to look at it. ORG. Alrighty. let's see what Banafi was talking about when it came to that guy there. And then we'll see about the other thing Toak mentioned. These should be very quick fixes that we don't have to worry about modifying too much. So I'll bring you back into this guy here, and then I'll go back into here. So this guy is, oh, you can't see it, hold on. There we go. This guy here should be an easy enough fix. All we have to go do is look at the screen here. So this is the one screen. We have perfect, okay, poor, missed. We go into the game. We have perfect, okay, nice, poor, fail. I see. Maybe this is an old screen too. Thank you for pointing that out, Toak. All right, let's fix this then. And all right, okay, yeah. I'll press that button there. Let's see. So the game should score. How are we doing scoring at the moment? We'll go into our scorekeeper. The scorekeeper should know all how we're doing it at the moment. And hello, by the way. Welcome in, Chuck. Did I not get a message for when you first came in here? How odd. But welcome in. And I did read that as well. Lovely. And did read that too. Okay. So for our scorekeeper, this little guy here is responsible for how the game works. Well, not the game works, but it's responsible for keeping track. It's the little fail meter. That's what it shows up as. If we go into here, and if I go all the way up here, we should be able to see what grades we should account for. So we have perfect, nice, okay, poor, fail. Oh, I see. Something's a little off here. Nice. Where's nice at? Nice isn't here. Do we ever use nice? We'll see. We'll see after the ad break. Something's off. I didn't say hello earlier. No worries at all. It highlights your message, so I should be able to say hello on my own, but sometimes it also doesn't show the highlights. So it's A-okay. Let me get some water. We'll do a few neck stretches, and then we'll quickly fix this visual bug, or at least the scorekeeping bug. Something's off here. Something is certainly off. Either we use nice or we don't use nice, and we'll see. And disrespectful of you, Chuck Banhammer. This is why we don't put you in positions of power, Toak. Let me get some water here. And nice and okay seem synonymous in this context? I believe so, but we'll double check. I think I had too many. What highlight? That's a highlight too on my side. It also shows a highlight though. I can see when it says what words you do first, and better safe. Oh boy, let's see. I'll also pull up our scorekeeper. That should let us know. Or not our scorekeeper, our key listener. Our key listener shows us which guys. So we have 1, 2, 3. I believe we removed nice. That's what I think is going on here. Right now, there's no nice range, so I think nice is old code. And, baby face. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and do some neck stretches, though, while we're waiting on the ad break, shall we? So we'll start off by going to the left a little bit here. And then we'll go a little bit to the right here. And then we'll go a little bit... Oh, I don't know if you heard that crack, but that did not sound healthy. Oh no! Neck, don't fail me now! Oh boy, okay, it's okay. Let's go to the back here. And then we'll also go to the front here. Then after that, you can also turn here and hold. It's recommended to hold for about a minute long, but you know what? We don't have time for that. And you can also do down here. That one's another one, neck to shoulder. We'll hold that for a little bit. And then as well, we'll go to the left here, hold it for a little bit, and then go back down a little bit. Lovely. Okie dokie, I think we're good to go. And no, we didn't. Could you do that for louder? You act like I do it purposely, Check. Oh boy, I assure you it doesn't happen in that crack. I can rewind and listen to it as much as I want now. You did hear it, though. Oh no. And welcome back from the ad break. Alrighty, it seems to be the case that nice is the one of these things is not like the other, because I have a key listener here, and how I've been setting the difficulty when it comes to detection is that if I want it to be harder to detect when you get perfects, I just slide this perfect range guy and I slide him to the left, so it's harder to detect. What I did recently is I slid him to the right, so it's easier to get perfects. And the hope is that what the code does is it checks where these markers are, takes their position, and mirrors it. So for example, that guy would probably also be mirrored here, and then anything between those two is what's counted as a perfect. As the same for this green guy here for our okay, this guy gets mirrored over here, so if you're in that range, then it's okay, and then this guy here also gets mirrored over there. That's how it works currently. So if I want it to be easier, all I have to do is just slide that guy over, and now you can go over there for perfect. That's how that system works at the moment. And hi Nero, welcome into stream, welcome back in, and Lorem equals Eris, and every Chaos Seeker that presents. Hope you guys are having an amazing day. My day's going great, thank you. I don't know what this chaos talk is about, but thank you nonetheless, and I hope you're having a great day too. So let's see here. I will go into our I'm gonna remove the grade on, oh, dish grade. I see. That's different. We've been over this before, but maybe we need to change the name. And you're a senior citizen. No, it's not so, I tell you. This is different. Dish versus score. That's different. And hi, Gould. Thank you for the follow, and welcome into stream. Welcome into semantics and realizing score grade is different than dish grade. That's why it's angry. Or it's not angry per se, it's just different. So our guy here, our perfect, okay, poor, missed. This missed is correct, I believe. Perfect, okay, poor, missed. What this guy is saying, so our what is it? Our endgame guy here. This is actually dishes. This isn't scoring. This is your dishes. So it is correct. That's to say, heirs and chaos seekers, why the exclusion? Oh boy. This is checking to see the dish grade, and the dish grades are, yeah, perfect dishes, okay dishes, nice dishes, poor dishes, and fail. I think just looking at this, nice goes under perfect, I think. This is supposed to be like S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade, D grade. That sort of thing is what was the hope. This guy here, we need minigame over. That's this screen here, correct? Nope. We need game over. So let's see, game over screen. That's this guy here, perhaps. If I make you visible, yep. And let's just swap those two, and that's disgraceful. I think it could be fun to have like a little line of just one sort of pun, like what was it, like Cuphead, where there's a little bit of a pun after if you die to the boss. That could be fun. And that feels inconsistent. For dishes, you should use delicious, flavored, edible, disgusting. Ew. The fun thing is that there has been a suggestion for that, and I definitely want to do those things, but I would like to do it as like a fun update, a flavor update. Right now, we're sticking to functional updates, but I believe there was there you are, disgraceful. Check, that joke's already been made. Oh boy, let's see here. S letter, SS, I do like that as well. Let's see, trash can, cookies. This was a rhythm sheet suggestion. Background colors, let's see. Escape twice for escape. We did do that one, so I'm gonna cross that one out. That one's been done. We did end up doing that for escape twice, I believe. So I'll check that one off. We have done that. Thank you again, Nancy. I don't think they're here, but and check copyright infringement, banhammer. Let's see. Pentagram fills up. Let's see. Can see 4 lines of text you're supposed. Main mechanic, if crossed your mind, to add a non-rhythm typing somewhere in the game. Because, for example, certain characters might give puzzles. That seems like a fun feature. We have here an assistant that can give you a specific type per day. Nope. Hydro poppers. So these were names for the foods. Cerebus waffles, zoomfins, kraken cakes, minute tarts. They're so cute! And let's see, a bit of confusing reference in the space key with a skull. That one can be tweaked to make it easier to understand. Let's see, while the customers are going, can we have a moving clock that's visible in spellcasting so you can actually tell the time's going on while you spellcast? Yeah, definitely can do that too. That one seems doable. Let's see, that's not there. I think those are all the suggestions here. I thought I had a tier one here. There's this one here for tier, but it doesn't have the name of the tier. So that's A-okay, but let's go back into programming here. And you were just being dishonest. And what was that joke made? Because I recall making it like 1 year ago. I don't have dates on here. And Eris, are you an AI chatbox? Because you correctly solved the captcha for me. Is that a pun? If I had to guess, possibly. The sign can't stop me because I can't read. Oh boy, let's go back to here. So this is correct. Dishes have a grade of perfect, okay, nice, or poor. The only thing we need to do is just swap our nice with the okay, because nice is better than okay. If I'm understanding my own wording correctly, I would assume as much. Nice would go above okay, and we can do a check here. Let's see, man, like a ghost and dish appear. Oh boy, if we go into utility, we should be able, I think, to grab the dish grade from here, unless it's somewhere else. Nope. Okay, let's see. It should let us know in our scorekeeper, I believe. It should tell us, oh, yeah, dish grade. There we are, dish grade. Yeah, perfect, nice, okay, poor, fail. Yep, okay. So nice does go underneath perfect. Okay, that's been modified then. We can go back to our game over screen here. Perfect, nice, okay, poor, failed. So I'll just also add that in there. So let's see here. And your puns are a disgrace to humor. And make like a ghost and disappear. Oh boy, they're bad, but they're good. Fix latency formatting. We'll do that just in a second. And we'll also say tweaked tweaked formatting or tweaked order of grades. Tweaked order of grades. Order of grades for end screen. Dish grades. Tweaked order of dish grades. Dish grades. Tweaked order of dish grades. Dish grades for end of day end screen. End screen. For end screen. There we are. Right. And then let's just quickly do the latency formatting with the Banafi suggestion. So we'll go back to here. We'll go back to the game or script here. And because we have that utility function, the good news is that we just modify it here. It modifies it everywhere. And you think they're bad. Oh boy. And I should distance myself before you'll get punished. Oh, terrible, terrible. Not you too, James. And they're so bad, I laugh because they trigger in my something very uncomfortable I never felt before. And I don't know what else to do. Oh boy. Let me go over to Discord here and I will take a look at that code that was sent. So if I go down here to, let's see, stream discussion, I should be able to. She forgot her soup, but I had a spare. Thank you, Cat's on a keeper. You know, very important to have the suit. I didn't realize how helpful the suit was. So let's see, if calibration result double is a 8.3 converted to an int, which will give you 8. So let's take a look at this. And I can convert it to code if you want, but I figured you should be able to do that yourself. Yep. The hope is that I don't want to get used to, or if I can help it, I don't want to try to do copying and pasting. I want to make sure that any code I put into my game, even if I didn't make it myself, that I'm able to understand. Sometimes that's not the case, but I want to make it a habit that I have to at least try to understand it. So let's try a little bit of math, shall we? We'll go up here. We'll go up here to the spares. Let's see, in good practice. Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta learn a little bit. Sometimes, or if you're just grabbing a lot of different code you don't understand, you'll end up with spaghetti you don't know how to unravel, which is a terrible, terrible thing. So let's see. If calibration results double is 8.3, convert it to an int, which will give you 8.0. Then compare the two. In this case, they won't be equal as 8.3. So you display the original double, which will be 8.3. If they were equal, then you know the double doesn't end with a .x, so you just display the int, so 8ms. Okay, let's see. And I'm telling you, give me access to the repo. It'll happen sooner or later. Oh boy, let's see. So if the calibration result double is 8.3, convert it to an int, which will give you 8 dot. I'm still not sure about that one, the converting it to a double. So if the calibration, the result double. Oh, hold on. This also needs to be set back to 2.7. Let's see. The suit seems fancier than the regular one. Oh no. It does look nice. Yeah, I can agree to a good looking suit. Oh boy. So if the double is 8.3 and if visible, not at all. Oh man, welcome into stream. Welcome in. That code does not at all need to be added. Did anyone to the elevator pajamas? No, it's just casual Friday. So let's see here. If the number is 8 point, hold on, let me make this guy a little bit smaller too. Click you there and then zoom in a little bit. So if we have the result is 8.3, 8.3, let's see here. You multiply it or convert it to an int, which will give you 8. Convert to an int, gives you an 8. And then compare the two. If this guy is not an int, when you round it, I guess, possibly. I think I understand. I think I do. It's the idea of this 8.3, if rounded, is not going to be the same. But this guy here, if rounded, hold on, something like that, possibly, if rounded, this guy is going to equal the 8. I think I get it. Because these two are equal, but this guy rounded is not going to be the same as 8. Well, hold on. If it is, would you have to do ceiling then? Or would you do floor, possibly? I guess would be a thing to do. If you do, but you said to double it. So that's what I'm not too sure about. You would double it then? So, let's see. And what if this sounds too complicated? Just do var string present.0f decimal variable. I have seen that before, Toak. We definitely should never distrust code. Always copy and paste. Believe in the code. Oh boy. I have seen the percent.0f before. And I think I think possibly, hold on. And that remove all the decimal space. She doesn't want that. Yeah, okay. In that case, I'm thinking what has to be done is you take the input offset number and let's see. How would you do that? At least voodoo makes sense. Oh boy, you do var and we do whole number, and then we set this to a int, and we set it equal to, let's see here, input offset dot, or input offset times 2, or hold on, that would be times 2, so actually we're going to do a float, that there, and then what we do is say, if, let's see, if you whole number equals, well, hold on. Nope, that doesn't seem right. Something is off about this, I can certainly say. What I'm thinking is possibly what we can do is, what if we just do whole number, set this to an int, and this looks like a disturbingly mind-bending
ride
just
the path of
dealing with floating points. Comparing floating points ain't easy and usually ends up with introducing epsilon equal enough. Yeah, and hydrate, sure. Oh boy, I think I have another solution. Let me get some water as well. Tasty. What if we do input offset dot CIEL, right? Ceiling? I think that's how you do it. Dot CL. Then string value dot strip edges 0, strip edges. I've affected YouTube. Look what you've done, check. Oh boy. Hold on. Let's see. Godot 4 CIELING. Strip edges 0, strip edges. What does strip edges do? Let me copy that and see. Godot 4 strip edges. Strip edges. Let's see. Strip edges. I'll do Control F here. Where are we at with strip edges? Strip edges seems to strip all non-printable characters from the beginning to the end of the string. This includes spaces. Oh, I think I understand that one. Strip edges seems to be a bool. So what you're saying, Toak, is that if there's a string after the 0, then you strip the edges? I think I understand that. Possibly a little bit. So instead, you do, let's see. If I grab this number here, this would be first our input offset guy here. So let's see. We'll do a var and say converted index. We'll say this is the latency, latency, latency. And this is a float. We'll equal it to that guy there. After that, an infected, more like disconverting those who enjoy playing with words. Oh boy, these are awful, I say. I thought check was a problem. And plus MS, not yet. And 8.0 becomes 8 point, and then 8 with the second strip. And you all sound insane. This is when it comes down to math and numbers. So then it would be, let's see. So it's string. You would take the string of the latency, and then you do dot strip edges. And what the strip edges is doing is checking for the 0. The thing is though, if the 0, I'm clicking on this guy here, strips all non-printable characters from the beginning and the ends. These include spaces, tabulations, and new lines. If left is false, ignores the string's beginnings. If I'm understanding this, what if the number is like 0.0? Wouldn't that then delete the edges from here, right? Or no, that's not how it works. And math gives my brain on fire disease, it does too. And hey now, I do enjoy the occasional discombobulation. Terrible, I say. And that would work, kind of unbelievable. I think what I want to try is I want to do the thing I was talking about earlier, which is the, let's see, Godot 4 CIEL function, FUNCTILN, and 80.0, yeah. Let's see. If I do this, if I go back, latency, and then I go into, let's see, latency that there, and then we'll say var, rounded, RUNDED, and then we do, let's see, an int here. Would this work if I did latency, and then, no, I did CIEL, seal, is that seal? CEI, seal, and then I did latency here? Then, if I'm understanding this correctly, for the seal at least, and I mean, ain't it supposed to read, but be read, but experienced? Yeah, the thing is that I'm having a hard time reading it. If I'm understanding this correctly, though, if it's, for example, 8.1, it's still going to turn it into 9, right? Because it's the seal, so that 8.1 becomes a 9. But that also, if it's 8.9, it also still becomes, or if it's 5.9, it's still going to be a 6, right? That's what seal does. If I'm understanding the sealing correctly, it rounds it up. And if it is a 8, would it still be an 8 if you do the sealing for the 8? I think, right? Another option, albeit a little bit wonky, is to display the score up to up, but nothing includes additional points. Terrible, I tell you. Oh boy. Let's see here. So, if this is the case, if it's this guy here, display, dishonesty. So, if this guy, rounded latency, equals that guy there, then what I'm thinking is, if, let's see, if rounded latency is not equal to latency, we do something, and else, we do something else, and then we do a pass here, and then we return the string plus whatever we do here. Wouldn't that work? And the other side, fellas, need some discipline. Disgusting. Let's see. So the rounded latency is actually, hold on. If the rounded latency is not equal to that guy there, we'll do that guy there. So let's see. If rounded latency, I think this could work too. Maybe it's a little bit more messy, but this one I can understand. So we'll keep this one for now. It's not too important, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I did want to just make it look nicer. Oh boy, so let's see here. Latency, you compare the two, you round it up, and if it's not equal, then you're going to do, let's see. We're going to return this guy here. So we'll return the string input offset. Yeah, we'll return then, if that's not the case, we'll return this guy here as that guy there, since that's just latency. Otherwise, we're going to instead return, and we'll do this guy here, we'll return you here. So grab that guy, and instead you'll return, if I do that guy, subtract you there, instead return the rounded latency. Something like that, right? Would that work, I think? Where if it's not equal, you return the latency as it is. Otherwise, if it's equal, you return the rounded latency. And if anything, I think possibly we can swap these guys around. I think that's a little bit easier to read. If they're the same, return the rounded latency. If they're not the same, return the latency. I think that reads a little bit clearer too, doing something like that instead, right? So if they're comparable, if they work, return the rounded latency. But if not, return the latency and return value plus MS if value. Hold on, this is basically what I suggested, but you're using rounding instead of type conversion. I see. Type conversion. Let me, you mentioned doubling though, Banafi, and why does that make sense? Return value plus MS if value greater than, hold on. Return value plus MS if value greater than int value, else int plus, oh, I've been lost. Hold on, let me just grab this and see. If we go here, what do we have? Return value. So that would be the latency, I'm guessing. Value latency. If the latency int is greater than that there. The thing is though, right? Doesn't that round down this conversion of int? Doesn't it just chop off the after 0? So that wouldn't work, right? If I'm not mistaken, I do seal here because we're rounding up. So even something like 8.1 would turn into 9. And I think if you put this in the int, doesn't it just turn it into 8? It just chops that guy off. And I mentioned double. Doubles are just numbers. Oh, you know what? That makes more sense. I thought you meant doubling the number. I see. And doubles are just numbers with decimals. Your output decimal, so it's a double. Yeah, I have never heard of that before. But now that you say that, if we go back to, I told you, I did not get along with decimals. Okay, rating that again. If the calibration result has a decimal, convert it to an int, which will give you 8.0. Then compare the two. That makes more sense. I see. Yeah, this whole time I thought you meant multiplying it by 2. And I went up to just building such a statement, as it may be a bit harder to code/understand for those who really are just ramping up the coding skill. Fine for those who are temporary operations. And just do the rounding, same premise, we understand it. Data types, Eureka. I see. And do you mean, James, not suggesting the one I'm talking about, or a different suggestion? And let me go back into this guy here. So we'll see. We'll also do, just to make this a little bit easier to say, that 1000, I'll also say that is our ms, milliseconds. And we'll say that as a float there. That equals the 1000. So they'll just do that there. That way it's that float there, the float there. So hopefully that makes more sense than saying the 1000, just in case. But it's the input offset times millisecond conversion, and then that there. This isn't needed, but I don't know which one's easier to read. And it's really more of a thing of, will I understand this in the future, why I have that 1000 there? I don't think so. I'm not going to rely on future me to remember. So I'm going to put the 1000 there, because that's converting it. Yeah, I'll leave that as that. I think that's better. Not the programming, but why would doubling the number make sense? That's why I was so confused, Check. That's why I was very confused on what Banafi was trying to say. And hi, Shadow! Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Alrighty then. So, if I go ahead and click on play here, well, if I click on play here, if it lets me, hopefully, if we go into our calibration guy here, we don't even have to, really. I can just test it from here. If I click on you here, and then we go back to you here for our Godot, if I just go ahead and do, let's see, cheats, and I set our, let's see, latency to a float, I'm going to set our latency, or not, audio, it should be input latency, input latency. Why won't you let me do the cheat? Let's see. Cheats, nope, input. There should be a function for it. Input, IMPUT, maybe it's, there it is. I'm going to set this guy to 8.0, and let's see if it does give us our 8. Right now the input is 8.0, but if I do here, then it's going to be 8000. It is working, I believe. And unless I'm missing something, you can get rid of the if and just return rounded latency. If rounded, hi L and X, welcome in the stream, welcome in. If rounded latency equals latency, why not just always return rounded latency, which is the case anyway? If I'm understanding this correctly, if the rounded latency is, let's see, always return rounded latency, the thing is, it turns it into an int. So if this is an 8.1, for example, rounded latency is going to be turned into 9. And it's then, if you return rounded latency always, then the 9 will just be, it'll return 9. And what was the Minecraft button sound? Also, hi, Jack Pony, welcome into stream. And Minecraft button sound? I'm not sure what you mean. And always return rounded latency. And my Twitch crashed, lovely. Oh, hold on, let me just double check that. Twitch is still up, so I think it's just your Twitch crash, which is unfortunate. And just return int latency plus ms. No one will care about the decimal. It's important, that's the thing. The whole point of doing latency is that you care about the decimal precision. That's the thing. If you're gonna care about precision, that's why you're doing, that's important when it comes to rhythm games. Rhythm games rely on having calibration latency, and that calibration latency, it's important to know the precision of it. So there's a difference between 0.1 latency and 0.2 latency, or I guess it would be 0.02 latency. It matters, at least I think, at least a little bit. And if the decimal is part of a millisecond humans, that's true as well. That is very true as well. I do know, excuse me, sometimes I think it goes by 10 latency milliseconds, if I'm not mistaken. So it doesn't, there does matter on precision, just, I think I'm too precise, but precision does matter to an extent. Let me hide this guy as well, there we are. And to do with it as many decimals as pi. And hi, the Crude Forge, welcome back into stream as well, welcome in. I believe we solved our latency number issue though. So I can pull this guy back up and, well, it's not an issue, it was just a small bug. So tweaked fixed latency formatting, I think that's good to go. Alrighty then, why don't we go ahead and continue? An improvement, shorten spells, that is an improvement. And usually rounding rules for numbers are x.020, x.499, infinite niches round to x, and infinite nines round to 1.0. That I'm not understanding, James, unfortunately. Rounds to 0.9, x.5, infinite zeros to 9. Yeah, the thing is it already does round, which is good. It already chops it up, it already rounds, we're just rounding around. We're not using any infinite numbers. For it to matter, your game would have to run at 10,000 FPS. I see. Oh, it's a thing of learning as I'm going, and I can certainly also watch some videos because it's a little bit hard to understand everything trying to be explained through text. I have a harder time understanding those things. So I'm acknowledging the words you're all saying, but I'm having a hard time understanding them, which is a little unfortunate. I always cackle at the Crude Forge. It's fun to say. With that said, though, let's go ahead and I will make a backup just so we have the backup. And then we can continue with the other things on the checklist. So let's see here. I click on that guy there. I'll make our backup. So we have a backup ready to go. If I click on that one there, we'll pull that. Where we at with files? And then I click on you here. And I'm no good at the text explanation. No worries, James. It doesn't even matter if you were good at it. I am terrible at reading them. So no worries at all. I do appreciate you for trying, though. That's always what matters. An attempt on both parties. And I can certainly say from my side, and you took the time to write it out, so I can certainly say from your side as well. Let's see here. Changes, I'll go ahead and do a backup here. So we'll have this guy as our backup. If I slide that guy over, let's see. Yep, okay. And then we'll say visual changes, visual changes. Visual changes, alrighty then. That's good to go there. That's good to be committed and synced. So that takes care of those guys that we were talking about. Now we can get back to the nitty-gritty of the tutorial. And in the words of Howard Stark, I'm limited by technology. Haven't heard of that one before, but that is a good quote. I can see it too, yeah. Sometimes technology can't keep up with the hip and cool. We'll go ahead and close these guys here since they're no longer needed. We don't need these guys here. That should be a-okay, good to go in that regard. So, next thing is to look at the tutorial itself. I should have a tutorial screen here. And let's go through, well, there's a few things we want to do, right? We can destroy the tutorial, or we could build a tutorial from the ground up. There's a few things we could do. We have a spellcasting tutorial scene here, and then I also have, well, there's two ways of doing the tutorial at the moment. Right now, I have a screen here that shows off the pages, and that's how we're doing it for the page flipping, but I want to get rid of this. I don't want this to be a thing, or at least maybe we do have it as a thing, but in a different way, because this does make sense since you're not in the game yet, but I don't know. We could always have it pop up during the minigame. Maybe that could be it. And I think that's the motto of my school's computer lab. Oh boy, if we could, or if technology could be unleashed, imagine the things we could do. I have right now a guy here, and then I also have a tutorial quest system. So I believe I call it a task system instead, and it's this task screen right here. This little guy here is responsible for all of the tasks, and you can see here are the tasks. So we have a move task, and then it tells you what the task is. This is how I currently have the game set up. And if I want a different task, I don't know, did I ever go over me updating the task system and how it works now? Because there was an old task system, and I updated the task system, and to be truth be told, I am quite a little bit proud of the new task system. It's a little tricky, sure, but I like the new guy. An error, then. What error do you mean? And I'm limited by decimals of strings. Oh boy, you can see here that there's a few things going on. For example, this guy is supposed to be a rich text that it gets converted to, so this guy here just says everything that's going on. And then we have a previous task and a next task. And latency 8.10009 milliseconds. The good news is it'll never say that because we do chop off the milliseconds before we convert it. If we go into cast spell here, you can also see, so if I want to add a new task, we would do it through here. You have a previous task and then a next task, and that's how that system works. So what we'll do, and yes, what we'll do is we'll go over here. Now, there's a few things we want the player to notice, and I think that's just the thing too. I should have possibly a few notes from people who have tested the game, and that's another thing too. Definitely, hopefully soon, I'll have some people test the game who haven't played it in recently, or at least who haven't played it before, to see if I can get some feedback, because it's always fun to watch people who have never played the game try a good hit and it's still gonna skip it. Oh yeah, I don't doubt it. That's the thing, is that I don't want the tutorial to feel like a tutorial. As best I can, I want it to feel intuitive, or at least it's an invisible tutorial. That's what I really want to go for. And I am limited by my vocab, understanding, and Eris's reading ability. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough point there too, yeah. My reading ability definitely plays a part in me not understanding tutorials. Or anything in general, really. Fair enough point, and fish. Oh boy. We'll go, and I think I do have a tutorial section here, somewhere possibly. And you have a reading ability? Hold on now! I'm making a game where you have to read with spellcasting. I have a minor reading ability, just a small one. I don't know if it's here, so you know what? We'll just keep it there. And to be fair, she's running on high octane constantly. Oh boy, we'll move it to here. We'll keep it over here, and we'll make this a tutorial. Oh wow! Stop the W jump scares. Oh boy, we'll scroll in here. We'll set this as tutorial. So T-U-T-O. R-I-A-L-A-L, tutorial. There we are. And a minor reading disability. And is the reading ability in the stream with us? The thing is, when I'm streaming, yes. Also when I'm not streaming though, yes. The thing is, when you're streaming, there's a lot happening at once, so you have to kind of multitasking. And when I have to read, and when reading is a multitasking, sometimes, you know, some things get lost in the, in interpretation, you could say. For example, reading names and tutorial, that's a you. That's a close you. You know, just for that, I can, there you go. How about that? Not read is a better you. I see tutorial. My U's look like this, my N's look like that. Okay, you know what? You know what? Fair point. I don't know how to rotate it. But I can possibly see why if it would let me rotate it. How that could be seen as a U. Just a little bit, Oh boy, and brain shuts down all non-essential processes, including literacy. Exactly. Reading, I only need that sometimes. So for a tutorial, let's rephrase it. What are things, and we can definitely just remove this guy, redo it entirely, and I think that might be better since we do have a few new things. And oh, you know what? Hold on. I can also grab a few things that have been noted in the past. So for example, skulls are not seen as space. So we can do that there. Skulls, S-K-U-L-L-S. Skulls are not, N-O-T, seen, S-E-E-N, seen as S-P-A-C-E-S. Skulls are not seen as spaces. That I do know. She probably has chats into TTS to her headset. I thought about that, but the issue is that would be it would feel like someone's talking over me. That's the issue. And there ain't enough room for literacy in this numbering game. Oh boy, looks like tutorial. Oh boy, that was one thing. Skulls are not set as spaces. And then let me also grab, let's see here. If I go to my Google Docs, I should also have notes about when people have tried the game in the past and them getting confused. So hopefully I can pull a few of those up as well. And reading side, the reading lessons here. Sign says, Air says, I can't read it, so it doesn't work for me. Oh boy, let's see. If I go into game testing data, I do have a few notes. So let's see here. If I go down to here, I can grab those notes too. And the hope is that, looking at these notes as I am reading through these, hopefully. So, when someone recently played my game, for example, I have these notes. And
check 14 just redeemed hydrate.
Are not, you know, fair enough. Let's see, let me get some water here. From far away, I can understand. And thank you for that redeem check. But if you zoom in, do you see it's a little line there? So let's see here. Font is confusing. Tutorial isn't clear enough. Tutorial was hard. Game needs more gambling. That is not something I have on the board here. Oh boy. Let's see. And that looks like I say, well, you know what? I can update it a little bit. Hold on. Let's see. That there. Remove that there. That there. All right. These are the last or most recent notes. So we'll go with that. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if this can be redone. We have S-P-A-C-E-S. Spaces. Okay. That's there you go. How about that? It looks like specs. There you go. Did you learn nothing from last time? Yeah, gambling, we've realized gambling's not too good. In today's game dev stream, teaching heirs how to write. Oh my, write and read, really, when you think about it. So let's see. Font is still confusing. That's something we can update. Tutorial isn't clear enough. Tutorial was hard. These notes, that's something to note here. Note about the notes is that when you're taking notes, specify. For example, tutorial was hard. Alrighty, why was the tutorial hard? I don't know. Writing that down, I should have. Tutorial isn't clear enough. Why isn't it clear enough? What isn't clear? These notes themselves aren't clear. This tells me nothing aside from what I already know. That's no good. And I wager these letters. Cook your dish, wizard. Oh, where's the food? Cook. Oh, you didn't win the game. Well, better luck next time. And all my points. You know, there's like the best idea ever. I'm willing to listen, hear it out. Tutorial was hard, doesn't it? We know that. Maybe add step for putting item on desk after getting from bookshelf. Now this is good. That tells me something. Adding a step for putting item on desk after getting from bookshelf. So if we have go to kitchen, add something here. Possibly we can add, so let's see, skulls are not seen as spaces. We can add here, not clear. Let's see, not NOTCLEAR, not clear. How, 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 TO, two, and then we can have IN. Oh, hold on, let me slide over. There we are. And look at you producing thoughts and all. Oh boy. How do INTERACT. How to interact. Oh, you know what? Another thing as well is that not clear how to write. Oh boy. I've also seen it's not clear on controls. Controls have not been understandable, which is okay too. So not clear how to interact, and that's within bookshelves and customers. So I'll put that on here. I'll say bookshelves and customers. And an alliteration and forcing calibration. I would suggest a difficult approach. If the user is having difficulty getting fine or perfect scores, offer the option of calibration instead of forcing it. Well, the thing is, I want at the very least before you do the game, one calibration. That's the thing. I want you to at least do the calibration and whenever you try the game out. Because some people, as soon as the game starts, or as soon as if they skip calibration, and I've noticed some people, they do skip calibration, they have a worse experience because they didn't calibrate first. And in game dev, this is yellow paint. Everybody knows that, except Jack. We need yellow paint. What do you mean? We'll get to it. Don't worry. Oh, you know what? Actually, not. Yeah. Yellow paint. I can see it. Not clear on how to interact. We'll say customers and bookshelves. So CUSTOMERS, customers, and we'll see bookshelves. So BOOKSHELVES, bookshelves, customers, and bookshelves. And hi Polly, welcome into stream as well. Welcome in. And mandatory calibration, yeah, mandatory calibration. For example, I think once you click the play button, it launches you into calibration. And you know what? Funny enough, and this is something I do recommend as well. If you're a game dev, I hope you are a fan of games. And if you're making a game, try to play different games from different genres. For example, a game called Bits and Bops recently released, and you know, maybe I can show you even. Maybe we can go on a field trip. Hold on. I don't think I have it installed on my computer. So never mind. I don't think we can do it, but I've seen different things. And hi, Devilar. Welcome into stream, and thank you for the resubscription for the 4-month streak. Hold on, let me double check to see if there is a message. There is a little dance. Hi, everyone. Hi, Devilar, and thank you again. And wait, stream a game? Isn't that piracy? Hi, Meowlery. I forget how to say it. It's literary, right? Or literally, so Meowlery. I think, possibly. I remember struggling with that the first time, but welcome in. And I'll throw one in here. The press Q to charge takes too long to show that you're doing something. I can see it. Yeah, most certainly. You want to download a cafe? Let's see. Q to charge. I'll add that on there. Q charge. Q, that's not a Q, that's a G. Q charge, CHARGEQ charge. 2 long. LONG. Q charge too long. All right, I can see that one as well, and it's pronounced croissant. I see. Croissant. Oh boy, yeah. Q charge too long, and I definitely think as well. First time and don't tell me what I wouldn't download. You're not the government. Oh boy, Big Brother's always watching. I think that's something to note too, yeah. And let's see, skulls are not seen as spaces, not clear how to interact, Q charge too long. I also think required calibration. So we'll see RE, and that's not zoomed in enough, hold on. That's something to note as well, adding required in calibration. So we'll see croissant. Oh boy, REQUIRED, required. CAL, that can be moved over a little bit. CALIBRATION. C-O-N. Required calibration. And that's a movie. And why does this game not simply play itself? That could be a good idea to do as well. I've seen at least, oh yeah, the game I was talking about, Bits and Bobs. I've seen in the past, or not in the past, but when I played it, there were sections where if the rhythm was confusing, it showed you how to do the rhythm part of it first. And I mean, the first part of the wheel fills up too late. It should be almost instant one. Oh, I see. Q charge should be faster. Hold on. How can I word that? Q charge startup should be faster. How about that? Q charge startup faster should be faster. No, don't make it cozy. Let's see. Q charge startup S-T-A-R-T-U-P startup S-H-O-U-L-D should be B-E faster F-A-S-T-E-R faster. There you go. And yeah, lovely. Okay, Q charge should be faster. Q charge should start up. Yep. Okay, so let's see. Calibration should be required. Not clear how to interact with the bookshelves or the customers. I also think it would be nice to have an interactive game dev feedback. What is this magic and how do I become an apprentice? Well, the thing is, usually the best ideas are from people who play your game, and I can certainly say we have a suggestion board. There you go. And I always love hearing ideas because it means people are freeing, I don't know how to say the word, willingly and without requirement playing my game. And that's always what you can ask for as a game developer, right? The fact that people play your game and they spend time even thinking about your game, because time is expensive. You spend 5 seconds thinking about my game, and that's 5 seconds you could have spent somewhere else. And it should be harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it, make it, do it. Let's see here. So require calibration. Yes, I think that is important too. And you should figure out some kind of devious system to force me to play your game. Hold on now, we have free will here. Oh boy. And play my game? Oh, that means I have to re-release a working copy. About that. See, that's the thing. Yeah. Right now, at least, for development, I'm working on making sure at every part of the game, it's functional. That's the hope. And hi, Hollow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Welcome back. And the game encrypts your entire device, unless you get it perfect. Oh boy. Hacker edition. What we'll also say, or at least something we need to pay attention to, is the mechanics. And I think as well, making it easier to see the instructions. Let's see. Instructions or controls. Controls should be more visible. Controls, that's fine. C-O-N, controls, C-O-N-T-R-T-R-O-L-S. Controls should be S-H-O-U-L-D. Should be E. That's not a B. That's not a B. Should be. This is why I spell it aloud. Willingly. Should be. Oh boy. C-L-E-A-R-E-R. Clearer. There we are. It's just a new B. Controls should be clear. I definitely think these are good. Another thing we need to do though, and I don't like the game that forces me to understand how to play. I prefer not understanding it by myself and then uninstalling. Just like how Babe is the new nun. Oh boy, beautiful stream. Oh boy, and I believe the quote is, if you zoom in enough, you'll see the line. Eventually, you'll see the line that should be there, that is there, but you just can't see it. I want to make sure that the player understands a few things. And those things start with the fact that there are M-E-C-H-A-N-I-C-I-C-S. Mechanics. I want to make sure the player understands the mechanics of the game. And there's a few. There are mechanics when it comes to the customers. So let's see. C-U-S-T-O-M-M-E-R-S, customers. There is a mechanic when it comes to the ghost. So G-H-O-S-T-S. There are mechanics when it comes to the ghost. And how much do the mechanics change per hour? Don't you worry, it's an all-expense paid trip. And 300-page PDF that explains the game. Yeah, see, that's what we don't want to do. And mechanics. Oh boy, is that not how you spell mechanics? Hold on. Let me just double check. M-E-C-H-A-N-I-C-S. Mechanics, right? Yeah, that's how you spell mechanics. Hold on, and maybe there could be a way to see previous instructions if they don't understand them or forgot. Yeah, you know, the more we do this, the more I'm thinking maybe because of how many mechanics we've been adding recently, we might have to add a new mechanic into the game before we even do the tutorial rework. I think that might be in player mechanics. What I think is maybe as we're doing this more and as I'm understanding, it might be a little bit harder or a little bit tricky to understand what the player is doing exactly. You need a companion that follows you around that completely tells you. That's what I'm thinking. I think it could be fun to have Gabby's familiar, the little spider on her head, walk around the place and tell her what's going on. I think that could be fun. And just some mechanics. Let's see. And I did read that as well. Lovely. Okay. Initially, and this was a feature I wanted to add afterwards, but maybe it would be worth it to add now, as it would explain customers a little bit more. Hey, listen, and always assume the person you're addressing is the biggest. Yeah, that's the thing. For example, I don't like the word moron. I think it's just less, always assume that the person playing your game has never played a game before. I think that's a little bit of a better wording, because if you've never played a video game before, you're not going to know that the controls for movement are typically WASD. You're not going to know the typical controls for space or jump is space. That's how I like to think of it. Explain this game as if you've never played a game before. And a slower, no, not at all. That is not what I said in the slightest, and I feel personally attacked. Oh boy, where is it at? I think it might be worth maybe holding off on the tutorial. Possibly. The thing is, I had a to-do list, or not, yeah, I usually have a watch list of videos I set aside for game development, and there's one I have, and it's a thing of, I want to watch that before I commit to a UI, but you know what, temporarily it's okay. And oh, look at that, reality is right there. In my humble opinion, you should simulate spiders traveling to the institution so that the player can choose to study up on how to train spiders to capture weaker students and let you, hold on, that's kidnapping! That's illegal! Why is this here? Reality? What are we thinking? And let's move it over to the other suggestions. Oh boy. I say. Oh me oh my. Let me drag this guy over to our game mode pause play. You guys there? Yeah, I want to grab possibly this here, and we'll move it over. We had a conversation about spiders. So we had a conversation, and that's where it landed us. Kidnapping. That's highly illegal. On the fridge it goes. Gold star. And who doesn't want to kidnap NPCs into their cafe for them? The evil route. Now, though, if one thinks about it, ghosts are souls trapped in a reality they don't want to be. That's the thing, though, James. When we give them food, so when we banish the ghost, we're helping them. We're giving them a little bit of taste of what finished business tastes like. And every coding streak. Oh boy, I'm going to move this down here because I think it'll explain what I want to do a little bit more in detail, because we do have a few new mechanics in the game that weren't there before, and they're explained by the ghost. So I think maybe all in all, adding a new or updating something before we do the tutorial might be a good idea. Maybe. I'm looking, oh, here it is. Lovely, found it. This guy. This is the guy I'm looking for. And let's slide it over to here. There we are. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe what we have to do is update the spellbook, because it would help explaining things. For example, the idea that in this game, each wizard represents a different flavor or a different color. Now, the thing is, the important thing is that, again, we don't want the player reading a novel. That's not, we don't want it. We want something that's simple and hopefully can imply rather than just stating it. But the thing is, if you're too subtle, it won't be picked up on. And but if the freeing of them is by feeding them, it means you have to trap them in the game / lore first. So why block it? Well, no. Here's the thing, James. They appear there. Gabby is what's the word I'm looking for? Clairvoyant. No, it's the people who just attract ghosts, attract the supernatural to them. Without them doing anything, they're just a magnet for supernatural stuff. And nobles are banned. Agree? Quit. Oh boy. And I'll show him a taste of business. Pulls out a giant hammer. Oh boy, not a, here at Arison Corporation, we do things differently. Here in our corporation, what we do is allow the player to make a choice. Now, we always make sure that the player is allowed to make the right choice. And if they make the wrong choice, they don't. They make the right choice always because, technically speaking, if you only offer them the option of A, they still choose A. So technically speaking, they're always allowed a choice. Let's see here. I have that there. Please make a choice. Incorrect. Choose again. Customers are always right. Exactly. Satisfaction guaranteed. Oh boy. So I'm thinking possibly we update the UI. Now, I don't know if we can do that today, as I said before. I had a video I wanted to watch on the topic of UI, so I don't know if I want to commit to a UI idea, but we can certainly brainstorm a bit. And we give them a choice to never make another choice. I thought, what if you present the tutorial as if the player is a customer at the start and use menu/recipe cards to do a thing? Ooh, that's not too bad. And it could play into the idea of the spider giving the tutorial for familiar. Interesting idea. I will put it up on the board because I do quite like it. And customers either right or the employee gets left behind. Oh boy. Let me put that there. Thank you for that one, James. Yeah, I do like that idea. It puts a nice twist on it too. You're the customer in the beginning. I do like that. That would, oh, you know what? Saying that too, maybe you're the customer in the beginning, and then, right, you get offered the option of making the choices. So for example, it says you're a necromancer, so you're gonna want something bitter, and then you could have a different flavor, something like that. I could see that working out in our favor for not explaining it as much. Though you would have to add a different section and different menus for that tutorial, but I don't mind it if it makes it easier for the player to understand and makes it also not feel like a tutorial. Because it's a thing of, I never want my games to feel like, what is it? I never want them to feel like you get into the game and then it's like, get on with the game already. Oh, you stink. Get out of here. I want to play the game. I always want it to feel like you're playing the game. I don't want the game to feel paused because you have to read a tutorial. For example, in our tutorial, when we are on this screen, hold on, not this screen. This screen pauses the game. You have to read. A lot of people are going to skip this, which is understandable. This was here temporarily to make sure that those who do want to understand it are here, but this is always meant to be removed and added into the game itself and not just a screen. But this here, I would consider I won't call it a bad tutorial because I think there's different ways to do it. But I'm going to say, for me personally, it is a not preferred, not desired tutorial. I don't usually like these because they pause the game. You don't get to play the game. You want to play the game when you make a game. You don't want to read. And so there's going to be an interactive cutscene. I think I like that better. Something more interactive. The issue is just, can we make it prototype or do we have to flesh it out? And Skyrim's character creation starts off as a player as a criminal. You have to fill out the form. You know, but the thing is, that's different. I would say, and you know, maybe it's a little sad. I would say, you know, maybe like 20% of players never make it past the first cutscene in Skyrim because they're too busy in the character creator. Me, that includes me. It's like with Sims. 90% of the time when you're playing Sims, you spend it in the character creator. Then when you finally get into the game itself, you don't actually play the game. You just close the game and you don't ever play it. You just spend most of the time in the character creator. Which I enjoy, but it's such a shame. You realize, oh man, I want to play Sims. You open up Sims, you go to make a character. Then you actually get to play the game and you realize, oh, I realized why I stopped playing Sims. And you close the game. And you're not wrong. And visual novel players see that the comment. And don't worry, I played Skyrim enough times to make up for all the people that never beat the tutorial. Yeah! You have multiple different players. Oh boy. And I want to go for something that's engaging. I want it to feel fun. And usually, at least when it comes to creating characters, that's more on the creativity side. We want it to feel a little bit hectic, but still controlled. Still, there's no chaos. It's just controlled mayhem. You know what? That works out better. So we want to avoid menus like that for the tutorial, and we want to do something else. And I do like the idea of possibly doing it that way, because then we could explain the ghost a little bit better. but it's just a matter of trying out the tutorial and seeing how things go. And what we can say, and I think definitely adding the menu here before the tutorial as well will be helpful. But before we get into that, let's figure out what we need to explain to the player. What are things in the game that are here? Because if they're here, they need to be explained. And can we explain them? For example, here, I don't have a section on the tutorial that explains the clock. That's something. I don't know if we need to. What I think could be a thing as well is if we go back into here. Instead of explaining that it is a clock on the wall, another thing I could do is just make this look like a clock. That is also hold on, Gabby. If you could, yeah, hold on, player. Gabby, if you could make like a ghost and disappear. There you are. This doesn't look like a clock. If I made it look like a clock, maybe then I don't have to say this is how much time you have left in the game. Something like that could be helpful too. It's just a matter of seeing if it's understood or not. And I help another thought occurs to introduce the rhythm aspect. As the player pursues the menu in the tutorial, they hear some beats in the background or maybe see a spider familiar jamming to the beat. That is quite a cute idea. The thing is, at least in the game, there's no metronome going on quite. The closest thing to a metronome is a tutorial, or not the tutorial, the calibration screen. And thank you to, is it Josie possibly, or maybe Hosey? Code for the follow. Welcome to stream. Welcome into my favorite thing to do when it comes to making games, concept design talk. Super duper fun. And I think the concept itself is neat, but the execution, yeah, it's just going to be a thing of trial and error. And since ad breaks are happening, we'll do the ad break there and add windows to, and have the outside slowly get darker. Yeah, that's the thing. When the game comes out officially, what I really want, and this is why initially the game had a basement setting in JSOund. So Josie, is that a little bit better? Initially in the game, it was in a basement. And you know what? Since we're on the ad break, maybe I can show you an early. And thank you, of course. And maybe the ghost can mess with the clock so you find out about it not working. We could do that too, yeah. It's just a thing of what could be. Well, the thing is, it's like we want to make sure it's fast and dirty so we can test it. Because if we flesh out these ideas and they end up not working out, then that just means, well, I wouldn't even call it wasted time. But it's time maybe we didn't use as wisely as we could have. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you set yourself to a certain schedule or time limit, then that can certainly make a difference. Let me see if I can find a screenshot of the older cafe. Thank you. Is it Kieran? Pervin? Possibly? Welcome in. And thank you for the subscription as well. Welcome in. And thank you for the Prime subscription too. Hi, my goodness, a lot of new names here. Hi. And hello there. I'm kind of back. Well, welcome back, the Drooper, and a time spent learning a lesson. Let's see. I do not see an old cafe, but that is okay. I should still have the old cafe files, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. If I go into the material files, I think I can show you the old cafe. If not, I can always show you the old cafe images online, and it should be on the website, should it? Hold on. I know I have some teaser images on the Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. I can do that too. I think that might be better. But I'll also check the website too. Let's see. Not there. What software is that, by the way? It is a software called Concepts, like the thought. If you'd like to know more in detail on all the programs I use, you can do !C FAQ. That should show you all the websites I use, or all the programs I use. Let's see here. If I go down to here, go down to gallery, let's see. I don't know if I had a full, of course. I don't know if I have a full view of the cafe, but we can certainly check, because I know I do have a picture of it. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you, check. Alrighty then. The game used to look a lot different. I don't know if I can drag this guy. I want to copy this image. It will not let me copy it. You know what? Fair enough, game. I'll play your games. A little bit, at least. A little bit. Let me click on that guy there, that guy there. If I just open up this guy here, let it go there, and I grab this. Thank you for that check, us. You know what? That's probably the first place I should have checked. So I'm glad you checked. Checked? Oh boy. Let me move this guy to here. There we are. So initially, the game looked a little, just a smidge different. You did this to yourself. And that's what I mean. Having the ghost mess with it, bring enough attention. The ghosts don't mess with the time currently, though. This is no. Hold on. Give me 1 second before we come back from the ad breaks. I need to turn down the fan. Check. Hold on. Before I get up, one could say. Hold on. Where are we at? Where are we at? You there? Nope, that's not the one. I see. Okay. Here we are. One could say, checkmate. fan has been turned off, and was that the doki doki? Maybe. Let me bring you back into this. Oh boy. No! Oh man, you can't say those things! Also, welcome back from the ad break, by the way. Let me bring you back into concepts. Sounds like the Goon Squad, sick 'em boys. Oh boy, and hype train started? Huh, interesting. Okie dokie then. Let me slide this here. This was a 1.0 version of the game. Oh, it brings back memories, doesn't it? I haven't seen this actually in quite a second. Look at the old Gabby sprite. Oh, look at the old customers too. And this guy here led you into the cafe portion. I planned on something better. Check, no please. And that's not true. Can we ban the laughing sound? That's not a word. That does not count. Well, this was the old cafe. Initially, we had customers. They were on crates. There were boxes. There were little candles here. This was the initial concept, but there were a few issues when it came to customers sitting down. That was really hard to figure out how to get them to sit at the tables. It was also a little bit confusing in other areas as well. So eventually we scrapped the idea, and instead of an abandoned spooky basement, instead, it's shifted over to a abandoned classroom and big dungeon. Yeah, it was supposed to be a dungeon. Yep. You were in the dungeon part of the school because it was abandoned, so it made sense. And then we went to an abandoned part of the cafe because I am a fan of lighting. And how can you have? Well, I mean, hold on. I take it back. You could have really spooky, pretty lighting with the candles, but I want it lighting with what do you call it? God rays, I think, coming from the window or something like that. So I wanted to in the cafe at least, if we go back to here. And this is where the kidnapped customers go. No! I assure you. Everyone's fine here. Everyone's so good. And maybe you could make a second floor like something in an endless mode. Second floor, you mean here? Maybe. Yeah, God rays. What I want is I want some windows here. I want bookcases here. And the windows I want to have shine down. And you can see a little bit of filtering going on. I want to do that. That's what I want to do for this background here. But I've been saving it. It's been staying blank. That's one reason we moved it out of the basement. Because I wanted windows. Oh boy. Let's go back into here. And I'll move you back into here as well. And can't get over the kidnap part. That's terrible, I tell you. Terrible. Oh boy. So let's see here. What are you? Move, interact, take order, make spell, sir customer. Those were instructions. And this is a customer book. Yes. I think possibly reworking the customer or the spell book, because the spell book was always meant to be where your main menu lies. It's meant to be where you have your not tutorials, but your control settings. The book she holds up, the book you do, and the book I'm referring to, just so we're all on the same page here, has it used to be different. There was a concept where you would hold it down and then it would slide up. It would always be at the bottom of the screen. That was removed, but we could certainly always add that back in. But the hope was that this magical book, so if we do... Oh, hold on. I know why. Game over screen. I have to hide that, don't I? Hold on. Spellcasting over, game over screen. Yep, I have to hide you. There you go. Okay, that was a me thing. And use the 1.0 design version for the tutorial. Oh, I see. When they cast calibration, they can proceed into newer spaces. I thought about that, James, but I also want to make sure the game stays small, at least initially. Perhaps down the line, once everything comes out, we could add different environments. That could be a fun idea. But for the moment, I want to have just one environment to keep things on the simpler side. Also, that was another thing too, wasn't it? It was the fact that you can see, if you can, and it's just like, it reminds me of the artist trick, what's the word I'm looking for? Artist trick, where if you can't draw hands, just draw the hands behind or in the pockets. You can see here very clearly, customers are facing to the left. This customer is facing to the right. But you don't see that, do you? In the new cafe, all customers now face in one direction because I couldn't figure out how to do the facing correctly. So everyone just faces towards the camera. That was another reason we went away with the basement idea. Because figuring out how to sit them down was hard and confusing. Oh boy. But maybe I'm stronger now. Maybe now we can go back to the idea. Just we had them all. No. No one needs to do decapitation, I assure you. And you can make the dungeon an unlockable second floor. Yeah, I do believe that could be fun. So let's go back into here, and back to this guy. Oh, no, I was showing you this guy here. Now if I click play in the game here, let's see, go to levels here. I should be able to just click on that guy there. What I wanted to show you was this guy right here. This used to be a big menu, not anymore, but you would hold down space and there was a book. There was a book sound that happened. I think it still does, hold on. Yes, the book sound still happens. And this shows off currently how the customer status, everything. And if you're playing the game for the first time, you might not know what those guys mean. So that's also something to figure out on how to explain to the player what each thing means. That's another thing too, right? And I've seen other people figure out how to program customer seating in cafe games. Yeah, that's the thing, it's possible. But am I at the game developer level where I myself am capable of doing such a thing? Not at the moment. In FNAF Cameras menu? Hold on. I don't know what you mean, check. Would you mind sending a reference? I know the cameras itself, but let's see. Oh, yes. No, yeah. Like the FNAF cameras where you can flick down, flick back up. That's, yeah, 100%. And it's a whole genre now? It is. However, I just still don't quite understand. I've been here for a little bit, at least a year of doing this, but there's still concepts I am still very new to. Let's see, people figure out how, yeah. Customer seating. Maybe I didn't search up the right keywords, and it could also be a thing too of that. At the time I made it, videos didn't like it exist. Maybe now videos do like it exist. If I hold down space, you can see there's different symbols, different things, and I feel like this could be, to someone who doesn't know what's going on, confusing. Now, granted, these symbols will be replaced with different symbols, so it could be a case of just symbols need to be clearer. But if a player sees this, what does it mean? How do I understand? And that's where having a kind of dictionary, or I called it before like a Pokedex, I think could be fun, in the sense of this book will be able to flip the pages off. You could, in the past, flip the pages. You can't anymore. It's just one simple screen. But you could flip the pages. You could see the different connections with colors for the different flavors, and just trying to see if we can make it simple, but not overbearing. And the Twitch database is green. What do you mean exactly, James? Let me click back into the concepts here. So what I'm thinking is, you have a profile system and still let them flip the pages, but they're all the same. That just sounds like mayhem. Technically, you could just add a, what is it? Oh, that's why I think we went away with it. No, never mind. The pages themselves, or we could just add a sound anytime they press the flip page button. And are you blocking out the art? Could you elaborate on what you mean? Josie, right? With a J. And I know that Good Pizza, Great Pizza has something like that for different requests and pizzas. Ooh, you know what? I can certainly do some research. Certainly research, not playing it for the enjoyment. Good pizza, great pizza. I do remember that game. I've played it before, but I haven't seen it in just a second. So I will put that on the to playlist. I'm thinking of something like this though, some sort of menu in the book where it tells you about each different wizard class. It tells you the name of the wizard up here, and then it says the flavor, their tendencies, their patience levels, so things like that. You don't have to read, but they could be nice to know. And that can style icon usually as a database type. Oh, I see. Interesting. The style icon usually as a database type and infrastructure diagrams. I kind of understand it a little bit. And you're playing it purely for business intent. Business. Of course, only business. I think having a info screen, or like an info screen or something else, I could see about, because that's the thing too, right? Just understanding ideas and technically speaking, I wasn't trying to go down this route, but I do think for research purposes, it could be worth it to pull up some rhythm games and cafe games, as I do have plenty of those. I think it could be worth it, at least to take screenshots and see how they approach it, because, for example, at least with the Papa's games, and I can pull this up as well, Papa's, and I think this was a suggestion too, but I think overall, adding more UI, as that's what the tutorial will help with. And so you call that an index, and green is an indication that all is good. Although now many status pages show a history. Oh, I have heard of that before, like with servers, I think. Server games where they have the statuses. I have heard that one before. Let's see. We'll do it. Oh, there's a whole Papa's website now? Hold on. When did this become a thing? Oh, Well, don't mind me. Hold on now. Let me just, yeah, I'm just gonna, just to those curious who do enjoy the Papa's franchise, apparently there's now a website, so there you go. If you did enjoy the games, there you are. They have all the games on there, it seems like. And blocking out the art, starting a drawing. Oh, yes, that's what I'm doing at the moment, Josie. I am currently blocking things out. Initially, I had everything in high detail, but as you can see, I changed it, I scrapped it. So now we're doing things as simple as possible to get the idea across. That way, once I'm certain that's what the style is going to be, then we can go ahead and do the art idea. Let me go to this guy here, and I just want to quickly grab the menu of the game. So see here, play game here, and I just want to grab this guy. It's 12 seconds, and are they any good? Haven't played them? Check! Did you have no childhood? Also understandable though. I did enjoy them. Some of them are meh, but all in all, I did find them very fun. This is the Papa's franchise is one of the reasons why I'm very much a fan of Cafe's game. It was the Papa's franchise, and it was also the Penguin one, the Diner Dash, I think it's called. Those two were always my favorite. I'm just loading up the game to see if I can get a oh my heart, the nostalgia, it kicks in. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We will Penguin Diner. Yes, Penguin Diner. We're gonna do something a little bit different. It's about 3:14 now, and while I'm technically still a child, so there's time. I think what we should do is go through a few games, go through their tutorials. Now, the last time we went through games, looked at their tutorials, looked at their UI, was the very first time we thought about Necrotype Cafe. So it's been over a year of looking at games. So you know what? Yeah, I think that's the best way we can spend our time. Just trying to figure out a system, looking at tutorials, and then seeing if the tutorials are helpful or if they're confusing. I think that'll help. And last time, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, as in I remember that. Not yeah, as in that's true. Yeah, as in I had to type it out. I spelt it out. That's different, very different. Oh boy, let's see here. If I click on this guy. And thank you for your patronage. Here's your dish as ordered with a side of nostalgia. I do want to have a flavor of nostalgia. I think that could be a lot of fun. Oh boy, I'll go ahead and update this guy here. What were some other rhythm games that we can take a look at? There was that one there. We can also take a look at, let's see. Rhythm Doctor is another one. Lemon Cake is one we can certainly take a look at. I don't know if I remember or if it's going to tell me, but we can take a look at Lemon Cake too. So I'll grab Lemon Cake while it's still here as well. We'll also grab, what's that one? Bits and Bobs. That one's out now as well. So I'll grab that one too. We'll grab all of these guys and then we'll take a look at them. See what we notice, because I think right now we know what we want, but I think looking at some examples will be good. And remember kids, just say no to drugs. The choice is yours. And peel teddy bear for Fluffy to get nostalgia flavors. Teddy bear for Fluffy? Well, the thing is, we would need, and someone did come up with this back when we did a jam for ideas, a music jam specifically, where people were tasked with creating a wizard, a color, a flavor, and also a song and style associated with them. And one of them had the flavor of nostalgia, and another one, I think, this might be the same one, but there was also the wizard of Crotomancer. So a time wizard with the flavor of nostalgia. That is a great idea. And I'm sleepy, my brain turns into a rebellious autocrat. And just showing pop-up with new information might be helpful, and mark as read it so it never shows again. I do like that idea as well, Toa. Great idea. Hold on, let me slide this guys. I'm waiting for the other guys to appear. Well, this is tutorial based, so let me click on that guy there, click on you here, and let me move that guy there. I think that's a great idea too, Toak. Let me go ahead and move that there, move this here, move that down there. Yeah. And then I will also change the title of the Twitch one at least to playing, well, hold on. The first one was adding a tutorial. We'll do, let's see. For now, at least for the moment, playing games. How can I word that for the title? Let's see here. What's the program called that you're using to brainstorm? This one is called Concepts, like your thoughts, your thinking. And I can do exclamation FAQ. So if you have any questions about the programs, you can get them there. Or you can get the answers at least in Meow's brain. Hey, I see you're trying to sleep. Have you thought about the cats? Oh boy. Let's see. That's there. There's not, I'm something of a game dev myself. Let's see. That's loading up. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Papa's games. I think that could be fun. Let me go to you here. Let's go to you here, copy you there, paste you into here. Let me make sure the screen is good to go. We'll do not even a few of these, just one of them to get a look at the tutorials. Let me also pull up Penguin Diner as well. P-U-G-P-E-G-U-I-N Diner. D-I-N-E-R. And we shall go on that field trip. The question though is this, let's see. I'm wondering if that's going to work. We'll do that there. We'll go into the browser here. And is this correct guy? It looks like the correct guy. Talk, try to pass off game devastation as game dev. Oh boy. Let's see. That's full screen. Are we good to go there? Oh, it is Penguin Diner. Okay, we'll start off with Penguin Diner then. Let's see. Copy that guy. I'll go ahead. Copy that guy there. And we'll go into, let's see, browser here. Transition. There we are. Alrighty, this guy's super duper big, so let me make him a little bit smaller. You should be able to hear the game now. Yes, indeed. Alright, and if you want to play the game, you can play it here. So that's Penguin Diner we're currently taking a look at. So there you go. And I'll paste that there too. Alrighty, so let's see. Granted, and keep in mind as well, these are old games. These are games that haven't been very old. So what is the word I'm looking for? It's probably going to be the case in a lot of these that it's not up to date and hip and cool. That's okay. They're always but goodies in my opinion. So to begin, we have Penguin Diner on here. And if I click on instructions, we are met with a tutorial of a book manual. And I think I talked about this before, but it's the idea of just splitting the 22, wasn't it? Where we had the instructions here. You read everything and it tells you what to do. And there's 6 pages to the instructions. And this is something I'd like to do my best to avoid, since I think it's a little, hold on, is the music too loud? Let me lower that a little bit there. Hopefully that's a little bit better. So this one here, that's how they do their tutorial. They do it through this, and since that's not what we're going for, I don't think it's good. However, I don't think it's good for me. I'm not saying it's bad. It's good for my examples. I think what we can use this for, though, is to take a look at the steps that it introduces to the game. I think that's something that can be helpful. And 6 pages? I can't count that high. Exactly. Hold on. Let me grab this one here. And I want to grab the instructions, since while we don't want it to be a screenshot, maybe these are just key points in the game that we can take a look at. And look at that. The time. This game has a clock that tells you when the game is over, and I don't think it ever tells you about the time in the game. Nope. But look at that. Someone talked about it earlier, how the windows show the passage of time. So I think that's a better way to do it. I do agree to that. That there shows you how far it's going into the game, and when you have the time up, I think, yeah, instead of adding this is the clock in the game, just something in the background. You have 2 sources playing the audio, but it's less echoey now. I have that there. Only one should hopefully be playing, so it's no good to hear that. Hold on, if I do that there, better now? Does it only play 1, hopefully? What I want to do is grab this guy here, and it has a clock that looks and works like a clock. Exactly, yeah. 0 now? You can't hear it? Not at all. Or you can. It shows the meters at least working now, or what's the status on that one? Let's see, serve customers, so we have take their order. Let's see that guy there. And let's see that guy. So I'll just grab these 6 instructions so we can use this reference for later. And I'll move that guy there, move that guy back down here. There we are, move that there, and then do you here, and then do you here, and move you down there to there. And if it looks like a clock and it works like a clock, it must be a chair. Oh boy. And Necro Penguin? That'd be an adorable idea. We'll just grab a few of these, that way I can have them on the board for the instructions. Okay, so let's give a try at the game, see what there is. There's not much to it. It's very super duper simple. It even has a little, I remember this, a little backstory and how she got to know. Look at that as well. It forces you to look at the instructions. I do like that too. So if for whatever reason you didn't click the instructions at the main menu, you still have to look at them. Though there is a skip button. And can I share a clip by pasting the link? Sure, check. Yep. I don't mind one bit. And was it the music, or is the audio good now? Let me slide this up. I do see the audio. That's at least good news. And let's see, that there, light. And let me click on that guy there. Let's see. I don't. Oh! I see what the clip is for. Got ya. And basically, good job, Jack. I know it's fine. All right. So if I could skip on here, we have 3 different levels. I can click on next here. It brings us into the level. Oh, that's loud. Okay. And then if nope, I can't change the audio. Okay, that's okay. This one is just, I believe, you click. It's a clicking game. And so, in our case, with this being handy, I like looking at the clock. I think the clock's handy. This one doesn't have a lot of UI, though. And it was the one time we did the typing game. These guys are a click. If I click pause on here, okay, that's better. And the audio's either loud or gone. Right now it's gone. It was super duper loud. Let me pull that there, since you say it's double. You should be able to hear it now. Oh, what gives me up to you? Oh boy, we can go back to end day. And what I wanted to do was, does it say, click on a waiting penguin? It does say click. Okay, so it does tell you the words. All right, I got my information enough from these in my ears. Is it loud now? Oh boy, yeah, audio's going just swimmingly. Hold on. Let's see. I'm bleeding through my ears. Hold on. Hold your horses here. Okay, you should be good to go now. Let me go to audio here as planned. Oh boy, desktop audio should be good. You should be able to hear the game at least. Let's go to the Popix games now. And we'll click on, the Freezeria was always my favorite. I'm not saying Freezeria here, so we'll go for Sushiria. And don't worry, I can hear anything. I can't hear anything. I can hear anything. We'll click on that guy. We'll load it up. And then we'll try this one out to see how they do their menus and stuff. So I'll make sure this guy here is set to the audio, since the audio wasn't clear before. That's A-okay. Theater mode, how does that work? That works out lovely. Alrighty, can it be hard? Are we good to go? There we go. Open this guy up. 10th anniversary. Okie dokie. Now, I can't say for certain. I think a big part on what made the Popix game so memorable... Oh. Okay, it's a little choppy. That's okay. That's fine. It's all okay. The audio clues. So I can't hear, bleeding through my ears can't read. Stream is going good. We'll do a new game here. We'll just use Matt. Hi, Matt. We have a, cutscene. We'll skip the cutscene for now. It tells you different things. No, it is a little choppy. Oh boy, that's okay. Let's see how this tutorial goes. Now, Papa's, they had different screens for different parts of the game. So you can see at the bottom, yeah, different screens. This is the tutorial. Let me grab this guy here, because I think it's handy. Now, I think doing something like this would be a good idea, at least when it comes to the UI. Having arrows or pointer buttons, I like a lot more than the text on the screen. And computer doing its best not to die. Is the audio okay now? Or is it still, can you hear it? Or is it doubled? Are we good to go? Is it too loud? And an AR streaming out some stuff. It looks like one of those art styles kids used to make bizarre YouTube vlogs. I believe it used, I don't know if it is a Flash game, but I know it was a part of the Flash game era. I can say that much. So if we click on this guy, I also like how it shows you, the button too. So that's good. We click this guy here, and the customer tells you, and there's also a mini UI for each recipe. And auto is pleasantly low. Pleasantly, we can't have that now, can we? Oh boy, let me set up this guy here now. For some reason, the music isn't musicking anymore. That is quite odd, but it's okay. We can still hear the other parts. So let me grab a note of that here, and let's go and continue. So switch the cook station. We click on this guy here, and yeah, this one here, I think because it is more of a mouse game, you don't use any controls. It's showing you the meters, and I like this. I think doing some sort of arrow keys in the game itself is a good idea. For example, right now we have the skull showing where the player can go or where they should go. So I think that's kind of what's going on here, where it's showing you. And I don't think I'd say this is also a get on with the tutorial. It's showing you how to make a dish. It's not a slideshow. You're going through the motions of it. So I think I quite find this one more, you understand it a little bit more, I think. And the audio sounds too are quite nice. So then it shows you the names and numbers. I think I understand it. Yeah, I think, I see. Hold on. Yep, I'm a great sushi person. There we go. Yeah, okay. There we are. I think I get the gist, though. It just takes you through the motions, through the actions. It uses the arrow key to click. It goes through the different instructions. And once you understand that, so I think there is something we can, and it's more digestible. Yeah, it's giving it to you bit by bit. For example, this here, I have no idea what it is, but the more we started doing it, I can now know that this is sushi. I know this is rice. I know this is salmon. I think that's something that can be used in our example. So I can go ahead and close this guy here, since I don't think it's needed anymore. Those were the 2 online games. And then we'll do a few more for rhythm games. Oh, no, one more cafe game. I'll pull that guy up. I'll go ahead and close these guys. I'll go ahead and mute this guy here. We should come back to the, let's see, Spotify music. Let me grab that guy. You have to play this game for 20 years before you can make your first piece of sushi at your family shop. Oh boy, that was a food. Oh, I see. That's terrible. Oh, I didn't even realize it. No, that's awful. That's awful. That's digestible. I see it now, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. We can say that it makes the, let's see, how would you describe it? I do like this, and I think this is something we can do. It also helps with that idea of the menu. And another thing I've always liked about the games too is that when a customer has an order up, the order shows at the top of the screen, so you can tell who has what order. And while I don't know if that's possible to add into the game, having something like that can also be helpful so you can know. But I also want it to be the case of you have to look at your book. It's a trade-off in the sense of if you're not looking at the book, you're not getting information. I don't know if I like having information on the screen at all times. I quite like the small difficulty in having to remember certain things. I think that I like that part. So we won't have that. And that pun was mildish. My mildish, I see. Oh, that's bad. Oh boy. So I'll write on here, arrow keys on screen. Arrow, A-R-R-O-W, arrow keys, arrows, and let's see, plus buttons, B-U-T-T-O-N-S, buttons, on screen, S-C-R-E-E-N. Yeah. I think another thing to note as well is that it sticks to using very few words for each different, yeah, mildish. I realized that one. That one I did realize. It's another thing to note that it sticks to using very few words. It doesn't use a whole lot of words, lots of sentences. It's just simple words or 2 words. So I'll also put that on there. Few words, F-E-W, few words, W-O-R-R-D-S. There's few words going on. I like that too. That's something we can also note. Compared to, this is one screen, and it's telling you multiple things. So in this case, if it were to be in game, a thing to do might be to break each of them into different sentences. So for example, one step is, let's see, showing the food appears. Next step, or maybe, right? Maybe how you would turn this into a in-game tutorial is you would have an arrow point to when the food's ready to say, click here, then click here. That might be it. I think I asked last time, what app is this? No worries at all. Is it Neurexia? And welcome back in as well. Maybe axe, maybe not, but it is concepts. And I can do exclamation FAQ. And you should be able to get the link to the program as well as any other programs you see me using or come across. So let's see here. I do like that idea. I think having the arrows on screen will make it easier for the player to use it. At the moment right now, we just have text. I don't think it's interactive enough. There's just a little box underneath that tells you what's going on. But what actually happens, it might be a little bit too confusing, or at least not clear. And on that disappointing note, I have to go. No worries at all, Jack, and good luck with aggressively taking notes while playing a children's game. Isn't that the joy? But I hope you have a lovely time, Jack. And thanks for coming around as well. I hope your day goes well. And a 30-step tutorial to produce a dish. Not 30 steps, but for example, it doesn't say click here to take the order. There's just a little icon sign and it says take order. That's a lot different than saying when the order is ready appears in the food area. So it's the thing of the this sentence here. Oh, I don't know if I can highlight it well. This sentence. Oh, that's definitely not a good color to highlight. That sentence. This sentence here. All of that. That guy there is this. Those 2 symbols. Take order, click button there. That translates into that. And I think it's a lot easier and a lot simpler to read. And leaving the string, check. And did it. I'm sure hopefully, well, yeah, she's probably gone. Not for good, but hopefully it comes back. So let's see. That equals that. I do like that. And I think right now, that's another thing too, is that my tutorial has a lot of words going on that maybe might not make sense. So I think keeping it simpler, making shorter instructions or chopping instructions I already have into 2 instead of 1 will also be helpful. So we'll keep that on, we'll keep that there. We'll keep that noted as well. So with that said, let's move on to another cafe game. If I click on, let's see if I can pull it up. This one should be easier to attempt to do if I do LEM. Lemon lemon cake. This one I used to play a lot of. It was quite hectic. It's gotta load up, but once it's good to go, I can show ya what it's all about. So let's see, that there, all of those guys there. If I click on play here, let's see, can I? Nope, I can't. Okay, that's good. We'll do new game here. That should work out. I will go ahead then, and we will go into the game. So if I mute this music here, I should be able to then bring you there, bring you into, let's see, gaming here. And if I go for the game, specifically, it's the lemon cake game, and I go ahead and transition you over, you should be brought into the game menu. It's very big though, so give me 1 second to shrink this guy up, make it a little bit smaller. Like that there. I don't know if I'm going to be too big for it, so we might have to modify this a little bit. Maybe move me down, move this to here. That way you can see the entire screen. We'll see how that goes. And then we'll also make sure, I believe the audio, you should be able to hear it. If I click on, I'll say a little name A. There you go. Continue. Right. Audio looks like it's autoing. So in this example, for this game, there are a few things going on with the UI. Just a few here and there. And the red, my screen is bleeding. Oh boy. Menu here, order here. Let me take a screenshot. And hi, Mr. DuBois. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. If I click on this guy here, I will take a screenshot because there are a few things we can see. There are a few notes. In the example, when it came to the diner penguin, I was about to say club penguin. When it came to the penguin game, the penguin diner, I think that's what it's called. Penguin diner, the clock and the game's not visible. Hold on, something's off. Lemon cake, you should be visible. Why are you not visible? Hold on. Settings, what if I make you windowed? Yeah, how about that? Is it visible now? No, you can't see it. Oh, that's super duper odd. That's okay though, there are different things. Let's see. I will click on first obsidian, and we'll click OK. And then maybe if I click on now lemon cake again. Nope. I'm assuming you're still seeing the select screen, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll do something a little bit different. We'll go for the window capture here. We'll go for that guy there. Then we'll click on our lemon cake again. Hopefully, is it showing up for any of you? It's not showing up on my side. Hold on. Let me delete that guy. There's a few things. I know a few fixes. Try that guy there. Aha! I see. And doing research? Indeed. We're taking a look at a few games and doing a little bit of research. Okay, now you should be able to see it. Oh, there we go. You should be able to see it. You should be able to hear it. We should be good to go. If I click on back here, go back to return to game. I wanted to note out how it tells you the stage of the game. There's a timer here. There's a daytime. There's a lot going on more than the penguin diner. And it could be the case of, if you wanted it to be, and what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word that describes when something is in the game rather than outside of the game. I forget the word exactly. Now, yeah, the fix I thought would help. It does help. And let me also move this guy here. And I'll also paste this guy here so we can have it as reference because we'll need it. But there's a difference between diegetic. Diegetic, I think that's the word. I might be mispronouncing it. But the idea of something in the game, so instead of having the UI as a timer, instead you have the UI as a, there's no UI. You just have a clock showing the time. And diet soda. Oh boy. So it says use the WASD. I also like how the UI looks. And in this one here, again, they keep it very simple. Press left shift and sprint to the kitchen. Now see, what's the kitchen? Something here you could do is, it could be implied, but again, it's something, if someone's never played a game before, where's the kitchen at? You might have, just to make sure that the player knows, an arrow key to show where the kitchen is. Let's think, it's the small thing, and then let's see. Press left shift, yep, left shift here. Let's see, Press spacebar to interact. So we know they interact. I can skip this guy, let's see, yep. And I'm guessing maybe this guy tells us about the tutorial. Let's see. This is backstory. Nope, let's see. Name, apprentice, Beatrix, and elements of the narrative that the characters can experience. Yeah, that's it. Like, the game music is heard by a radio. Something like that. Let's see. Pick up the broom. Yes. Oh, see here. Broom. Okay. Yeah. Just a few things where it's like the arrow keys. And then sweep. We know that I think the interact key was E, or do I have to click it? I see. Okay. I want to get into the recipes because I know that there is a recipe book we can click on, and diegetic as opposed to energetic. Oh boy. Let's see. You know, it can be energetic and diegetic. Let's see. Go back to you here. I want to get to the menu screen because I know there is a menu screen. And the issue is here we are. Pick a recipe. So, I guess this is where you know what's on the menu. And then it tells you or no? Let's see. This is interesting for sure. This is an ingredients game. So let's see, mix it up, okay. And then put it in the dough. So this definitely goes over the steps. And I think, yeah, one of my things is I'm going to need to break down my steps more. And I like how the thing is not focused and is kind of blurry. What do you mean exactly? The game or the, what exactly, Toak? Diuretic? No, I think it's diegetic. Hold on, let me see if I can grab the word. D-I-A-G-E-T-I-C, diegetic? Diegetic. Oh, hold on. Diegetic, yep, diabetic. Oh boy, let's see. If I click on this guy again, you should be able to hear the game. So this guy, I do like this. I think making our tutorial a lot more streamlined is going to be helpful. I do like how I have the task system, but I think having arrow keys pointing to things in game will make things a lot easier. I think that's something we can certainly do. Alrighty, you there. Yup, thank you. Not bad for your first try. Thanks. Alright. And then talk with the customer to learn their order. Hold on. See, it goes through making the dish first. You know what? Maybe we do that first. Maybe the tutorial, instead of starting off with customer taking their order, maybe we start off with the spell casting. That could be a way to do it. Instead of doing the cafe section first, then do the spell casting. Or you could do maybe the spell casting, then cafe. That could work out. But you would have to know what the customer wants. And in this case, you can tell the customer wants bread, but it depends. It does. Tell the spawn one. Sure indeedy. Yeah. It's interesting how different games can do different things. That's one thing I always like it about the games, where there's so many different ways to do it that there's no wrong or right way. And now it's just clean the table. So we'll go back to the table here, clean it up, wipe it up. Okay, yeah. And I just want to get to the screen where it tells you about the different dishes. I know there is one here. I'm just waiting for it to tell me. Let's see. 2 recipes. Yep. Hear the bell ringing. Oh, is the game? Oh, I wasn't prepared for this. Never mind. We will continue. I was hoping. Oh no, it does tell you. If you click on the item, it tells you the recipe. Interesting. I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't have done it. But I think having something like that where it tells you the ingredients, I would like that for my menu. And what game is this? This game is called Lemon Cakes. Let me just double check. Is it Lemon Cakes or Lemon Drops? Lemon Cake. Lemon Cake. I can type it out here. L-E-M-O-N-C-A-K-E. I used to play this game all the time. I did enjoy it. I think, oh, there's also an area here. I don't think you unlock it. It involves growing things yourself. But I just wanted to take a look specifically at how they show off the recipes. It's unfortunately not showing the parts I thought of having. So what I'll do is I'll see if I click on this guy, and I won't leave you with the no music because I'm opening this guy up. Let's see if I go to main menu here. I confirm that there. Yep. I want to see if it lets me choose it from the menu where we're at. So give me 1 second. Let me see if I can pull up an save. If I go back to here, and that guy there. And if I go to, let's see, that there, menu. Yes, preparation. How do we prepare? Let me see if I can pull it up, as I think it would be handy. So it is not, which is unfortunate. That is okay. All right, in that case, that'll be that for that. All right, so I have a few ideas from just doing what we have. If we go back into, let's see here, concepts, there's a few things I noticed. And also, something I noticed as well is that it keeps track of your money. Since in my game, money's done a little bit differently, we could certainly have a UI for money, but I'm not too sure. Right now, I do know there are a few things. If we go back to our mechanics, there are a few mechanics in the game. And explaining these mechanics, we'll have to go into detail, or at least some sort of something. But we know that we have to explain how customers work in the game. We know we have to explain how ghosts work in the game. We also need to know how to explain how, let's see, spellcasting works. So I'll put on here spellcasting. Spell, S-P-E-L-L-C-A-S-T-I-N-G. How spellcasting works in the game will be super duper important. And another thing I think is the book. I really want it since the beginning of the game for the book to play an important part, because the book is supposed to tell you what to do. And step 1, explain the afterlife. You're gonna have to go out and get the Necronomicon. Let's see. I will put on here book. So book here, book there. The book is supposed to be the UI, everything you should ever need in the game. And here is what I was talking about when it came to the profiles of different wizards. I think that could be fun. And step 2, give them the book for a fee. It sounds like a snake oil scheme if I've ever heard of one. Oh boy. We have here the book. So I'll do this like this guy here. We'll make it a little bit bigger to make it a little bit easier to see. But the book here And what I would like to, and what we kind of do already have as, is the book has the customers and their orders, so there's something like this here. The only issue is that our current book, and let me grab a screenshot of the book too, because I don't think we have it either. Nope, we don't. This Necronomicon. Let me click on play to grab a screenshot from my game, as right now, the UI, I am not opposed to it changing. The only issue is just figuring out what changes to make that would be helpful. I think at the moment, I enjoy it, but I feel like that there could always be changed. The purpose of the layout is to represent the different, and step 3, teach them to read. Oh boy, it's like if you give a man a fish, he will eat for a day, but if you teach a man to fish, or yeah, if you teach a man to fish, he will eat for a whole year. We'll move this guy here, and we'll also move the other guy once I grab you here. Let's see, take the order there. That way I can grab it, I can pause the game then, and then we can grab the screenshot here. There we are. And there's no fish in the pond. What do you mean, mate? There's plenty of fish here. Hold on. Like, for example, we have fish. There you go. Give a man a pizza. Nice, but teach a man a pizza. Better. Exactly. Let's see. We'll move this guy. Oh, hold on. If I can select it. Move this guy over here. We'll move that guy over here. Down and around town. Move you about down there. We'll slide you, actually. You guys need to come over to about here. Thank ya. Okay. And what I wanted to point out was this is the current UI. And I definitely think the UI could use an update. I do want to turn this into the book, but the current way it is, it's a little finicky for sure. The hope was that having the UI look like this would help because these two guys represent these two guys and so on and so forth. That was the hope, to link them up, but it's not really explanatory. It's not, I don't think from the feedback I've had when it came to testers, it wasn't easy to understand. What about a fish pizza dish? I have heard sardines can go on pizza, whether I approve of it or not. I've never tried it. Don't think I ever will. I won't say no, but I would rather prefer not to ever try it. Oh boy, and fish. And I give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish and he'll eat for a year in a day. Oh boy. So, with that said, and this is a little customer profiler, this little guy. I think this is simple enough to know what's going on, but there's certainly other ways you could do it. Just ways I'm not too sure about. That's kind of how the Papa's one works. It tells you the number of the order. And then for the Papa's game, at least, you would have to drag down the order to see it in full detail, but it tells you the number of the order and the customer. So if we're looking at our book, I would like to overhaul it. I think that'll be helpful, especially when it comes to the tutorial, since you could put the tutorial in the book. That's why I'm paying a lot of attention to the book. If I remove this guy here, I'm thinking maybe there can be tabs on the book, possibly at the top or the side, but I'm thinking the book appears in game, the book pops up in the menu, everything fades to darker around it. So you would have the book and then you would have the game screen. So something like this here is the book pops up, you can open up the book and then you can slide the book down. And really the book would more so be more like that. You can't see the bottom of the book. You can see a little bit here as you're looking down at the book. That was the hope, as it looks like you're looking down at it, but truth be told, I do like how centering the book feels and giving me the fish pizza a day. Easy peasy. So maybe, you know, we'll keep it in the center of the screen. And I like the idea of maybe we add tabs to the, you can't see it. If we add tabs to the side, you can also add tabs to the top too. But adding tabs for different parts of the book, you could also add them to the top. We've done tabs at the different pieces, but there's something here. And write your phone number on the invisible part of the book. And an invisible ink. Let's see. But the tabs could represent different things. And hi, David. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And hey, is there a way to put this to half-time speed? Nah, full time, all day, every day. But welcome in. And welcome back as well. Oh, wait. I think if you, we were talking about earlier, I think if you are subscribed, you're able to pause, you're able to rewind. And I did read that as well. Lovely. Let's see. I think having a page and just explaining the page, because I would like the book to be a centerpiece of what goes on. It's just a matter of how do we want the cafe to feel. In the example of lemon cake, if I slide back over here, look how many customers you get. You only get, I think, a total of 4 customers in this game. So it's different. You don't get like, I think Papa's allows you to get, I think, a total of like 8.
Just redeemed
in my game currently, in my game currently, you're able to have a total of 12 customers. And, you know, maybe that's too many. is there ever going to be a point in the game where 12 customers is needed? Now, granted as well, in the beginning of the game, in the beginning of the development, I think the 16 was the max amount of customers, but you'd never be able to do 16. I'll go ahead and show you yet as well. So stretch here, stretch here, stretch here in the back. We'll also stretch forward. There we are. Lovely, lovely. And if you teach a fish to pizza. Oh boy. So maybe something we can do instead is we have... No, well, that's the thing as well. The whole point of this cafe big place was that it was supposed to be like a lecture hall, in the sense of the teacher would stand here, so this would be the teacher, and this would be the desk with the students. But maybe we can just half this lecture hall, so chop off a side, leave it for 4 desks. That could work too. And it seems everybody are hungry. Everybody eats. And hi, is it Max Bumble? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let's see. So that could be one way to make things easier to understand. Possibly doing it that way. In our book instead, we could have only the 4 sections that we would need. So for example, here we have one side of what the customer wants to eat, and then we have the other side of what the customer wants to eat. So instead of having 12 max, copy, and we'll also change the color to green, copy paste. Instead of 12 max, now it's 4 max. I think that also might make it easier to understand what's going on. Could be, and I did like the idea of it being long and wide, but truth be told, I don't think there's ever going to be a point where you have 12 customers. And if you do, you're not going to have 12 customers for a very long time. So I think cutting down the customer amount, making it 8 instead, could be helpful. And then maybe we can have the UI in a little bit more detail. For example, now maybe we can have that desk idea so it shows the different desks in the UI. And having it bigger will also make it easier to understand. So I think doing this instead is all in all a good change instead of having this on the screen. I think that'll be nicer. And see, this is where your army of spiders would help. Funny enough, initially, when there was the dungeon concept, I wanted it to be the case that you could have a little hole here somewhere, and then the food was magical, so it would start dancing into the cafe. It would dance to the beat, and it would serve itself to the customers. That was an idea. It didn't end up happening because I realized you would have to animate it and everything. But I did use an idea. And if you're having difficulty serving 12, you should kidnap more people. In the game, eventually, you will have skeleton butlers. I don't know when, but it is something I've wanted since the very beginning, and it'll happen. I'm not sure when. But skeleton butlers should be able to help. And add purchasable upgrades, such as customers wait longer before leaving. Yeah, so eventually we'll be able to serve all 12. Well, hold on now. I don't think 12 is needed, especially since you're also doing the mini game of spell casting. That might be too much at once to do the, oh boy, the spell, all 12 in the minigame too, especially if each minigame is like 30 seconds, and then the customer's willing to wait like 40 seconds. And don't forget, not only are you dealing with customers, you're also dealing with ghosts. So ghosts technically are an additional 3 people to serve. So in this case, it's 12 here, but really you're serving 15. So instead here, we go from serving 8 to really serving about 11. 8 plus 3 is 11. 11! And oh boy, please tell me there's a customer named Karen and she has a bone to pick with the service. Oh, that's awful. Oh boy, let's see here. I think this can work out. And ghosts need to start paying rent. They don't need it. They're ghosts. That's the whole point of being a ghost. You don't have to worry about money. Nah, no money. Nah. They pay with their soul. I'm hoping there will be upgrades you can use that you get from serving the ghost. I think that could be a fun idea too. So I'm thinking, let's see, slide this guy over a little bit over here. There you are. We have a menu for the customers, and I think doing this as well will allow us to do the tutorial easier because we'll be able to say, hey, this is where the customer's at. Having that up there, because right now, this guy right here, not too simple to look at and understand. So I think something like this might be a little bit nicer. Teacher, please repeat, but slower. Never. I can try a little bit though, and then they pay with their souls. Quick, someone, hold on now. So we'll have a page for menu. So we'll say orders. So orders, ORDERS, orders. I also want to have a menu for options. So we'll slide this guy over. And Slow Eris isn't real. She can't hurt you. Or Slow Eris isn't real. She can't hurt you. That was painful. I'll be honest. Sorry, my lady. I have to go eat. No worries at all, Toad. I hope your food's nice and tasty. So let's see. I also want to have a menu for options, so we'll do here. Let's see. And see you next time. I hope you see my audio integration and it's a difficult name, Toak, but I understand it. And fingers crossed. Let's see. We'll have options, so O, P, T, I, O, and S. Options up here. And Slow Eris idea notify. Someone's already done that, and it was awful. It was awful, I tell you. And for example, here we'll have controls, so CONTROLS. You'd have controls. Then you'd have a menu of controls here with all of the controllers you can do. Then we'd have here for sound, so SOUND. You'd have an area for sound here, something like that there. And I think that's all the controls we have at the moment. Maybe you could have something else down here, but we have the options menu also in the book. And Slow Eris isn't real. Slow Eris isn't real. Oh boy. And another thing is, if it's on the options menu though, we'd have to have it swapped around. Now that I'm thinking about it, if we were to integrate it into a big system, right now the book and the options menu are separate. So that'll be a little bit tricky, but that's okay. And it's okay. I have other ideas, surely, to be a laugh. That sounds terrifying. Let's see. Now, I think it would be okay to give the player a little grace. I think, you know what? We could throw them a bone, so to speak. Maybe when the book is open, the game is paused. I'm okay with allowing that. If the book is open, the game is paused. The reason why I didn't initially do it is because I like the idea, and I can show you. If we go into programming here and speaking backwards for 3 minutes, that's not a thing. Nope, that wouldn't be allowed. That would certainly not be allowed. If I close this menu, initially I had you were able to move around while you had it open because I like the idea of, oh, you can read your book and multitask like this here. So you can walk your way here, and then as you're realizing, okay, wait, no, hold on, I heard a customer, so I'm gonna open up my book. It looks like her head's looking down, and truth be told, that is pretty diegetic, right? The fact that you can't see what's ahead of you because you're looking down in the book. So having it covered up, I liked the idea of, because you don't know what's going on. You know what? Maybe the game doesn't stay paused. I said paused because when you're in the options menu, it gets paused. But I don't know. I like both ideas. And could add a redeem that just doesn't instantly play in slow motion. And that's definitely diabetic. Oh boy, let me bring you back into concepts here. So let's see. If I go into concepts back here, so we could have an options menu. The options menu could exist. That way, they could, yeah. Options menu could exist in here, but when you're in the minigame itself, the options menu. So do we have 2 options menu? Maybe we don't have the options menu. That could be it too. And hi, Art Universe. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow. Welcome in, all. Hold your horses here. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. I hope your stream went lovely. And if you have to read and run, I totally understand too. Let's see, /shout out. And then I can go ahead and do @ and do Art Universe there. There you go. What you get up to during stream? Let me also move back to programming here. So, hello readers, welcome everyone in. I am currently making a game, and it is a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as this gal here, Gabriella, who's a little bit of a necromancer. The hope is that you have a customer such as this one here. A customer will come in, and let me go ahead and pause the audio here and play the music here. There you go. You have customers come into the game. So for example, this customer here, and the customers will want to order something. In this example, the customer wants a sweet cake. And the idea is that each wizard is connected to a different flavor. So for example, I'm a necromancer, I have the bitter flavor. This character here, this wizard, is a fairymancer, so they're sweet and they're pink. If we go ahead and just make our way over here, you can grab ingredients off the shelf. So in this case, the customer wants a sweet cake. So I'll remove this bitter flavor, we'll toss it in the trash here, and then we'll also grab this flavor here. Yeah, there you go. And after that, you combine the spells and you type out. You know what? I'll just show you the rhythm typing portion. So if I hold down Q, what you should be able to see is we now have to type out a poem. A, space, G, and then E, N, T, L, E. And then we have space, T, O, U, C, H, space, L, E. I'm also realizing this is a very long poem. We're gonna have to shorten this one. B, E, S, space, A. Let's see. Space, S, W, E, E. And then, all right, let's see. T said M, A, G. I-C-A, L space S, M-O-K, E, slow. But you know what? That's okay, for we have the power of magic. We'll just spawn another customer in, like that. There you go. Hi, customer that was here the entire time. Why don't you go ahead and sit down? Read from the book too. Yeah, do that. So, as I was saying, once you make the dish that the customer certainly wants as well, this guy's been here the whole time. You make the dish after you do a little bit of spell casting, typing to the rhythm here, and they eat the food. An error 404. Customer not found. Welcome, it is Nevus. I can certainly try again if I mispronounce it. The customer will eat the food, wipe their mouth, and they're ready to leave. That's the game in a nutshell. What we're doing today is we're trying to figure out how to make the game easier to understand, as well as a tutorial. Oh boy, the colors letters look like me in 6th grade writing in Word, using all the cool shapes and making them letters cool. Yeah, it's okay. We're a little bit hip and cool around here. When you watch on YouTube, you can see it more slowly. Fair point as well, Rodrigo. Let's see. And how to start the game. A player walks into the cafe and he trips over the book. A voice bubble asks the player to grab it, and it auto-opens in the tutorial. Ooh, that is not a bad idea, truth be told. I could say, well, you could also introduce the interact button as well by having the book on the ground. That could be a thing too. And they'll eat the food as large as their entire bodies and have a good cry about it. Usually they say 1 slice of cake, but you know what? Here, 1 slice of cake isn't enough. You take the whole piece. What we'll do is we'll go back into concepts here. Outbreak is about to start, so we'll let it do its thing. And while we're waiting on that, let's see. Yeah, I'm just not sure about the idea of pausing the game, because I do like the feeling of at least not being able to see as you're moving. So it's a trade-off of vision versus, vision versus movement. Do you want to pause the game and wait, or well, what do you want to do? I also do like the idea of a sprint key as well. That's for later. That's just a slice of life thing. So I will put that on the to-do list board so that, no, we have a different to-do list board. And game design-wise, interaction buttons are more about excluding actions and adding them. Could you elaborate on what you mean a little bit? Let me go to our ideas board here, and I'll drag you to Obsidian. You will get flashbanged. Warning now. There you go. Little bit of a flashbang. I would like, let's see, letter grade, ghost notes appear. I'm going to add sprint. There we go. Okay, that's good. I just want to make sure that's there. So when I go back to this thing and silly, even here it's disgraceful. Oh boy, that's lovely. All right, let me bring you back into concepts here. So, and oh my eyes, I have been blinded for science. Unfortunately, the dark version of Excalidraw is I don't like the look of it. So we're stuck with right. And if you want to walk into a weapon in a game where you want guns, you probably don't need to press anything. But if you only have 2 weapons, you probably do. I see. Well, the thing is, what I'm thinking is, and what could be possibly, is if you are here in the game, you start off by being told you can walk around, and then you're introduced to the idea that you can pick up items by having the book here. So you'd have the little book here, your book, and then there will be an arrow key pointed up, and then you would have the button, and the button would say to press the button. In this case, the default is E. So it would say, go over to the book. So you start off by saying the movement, and then you say, go over to the book, E to interact. I think that could work instead, because in the game, there's never a place where you just walk up to an item and it picks it up. Any item in the game that you have to interact with, you always have to pick it up. So this could be a good introduction to just picking up an item. I think that could work out well. And I did read that as well. Lovely. Okay, let me get some water. We'll do a bit of stretching, and then we'll see how we're at with the ads. I can't believe 3 hours has already gone by. Can you believe it? Let me get some water here. And interact starts with an I, not an E? Yes, but usually, I believe sometimes games have inventory as the I key instead. I have seen, and in most cases, anytime I have to interact with something when I come across a game, it's usually E, and E interact. I wonder why it's E, now that I think about it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, usually E can sometimes be inventory, or it could be interact. They tend to get swapped. And interact is always like E. Oh, yeah. F is another one. F is a default one too, yeah. E or F, and probably because they're close to W, A, S, and D. Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point, yeah. Probably because they're close. And welcome back from the ad breaks. Welcome back in. Yeah, I like the idea of maybe that's how you introduce the interact button to the player. They have to walk up to the book, and then once they have the book equipped, and to hold shift and control and type interact to interact. Oh boy, there is a game like that where you have to type out what you want. I forget what it's called. Chef Shift. I think it's called Chef Shift. It came out not recently, but a little bit after I tried it one time. And it's another game I want to get at some point because I like the idea. It's another typing game where it's a typing cafe game, except there's no rhythm, but it's a typing cafe game. And let's see, players have to code in their own interactions to code. That could be a fun game, truth be told. A game where it's like Satisfactory, but as a cafe. I guess that is what, what's that game? There's this one game, the game that there's the gamey game, the game where you get a lot of people together. Plates? No, I forget the name of it. It's very popular though. And just say it 3 times slow. Oh, let's see, in players here. The thing is though, this is the default key. You can change it to something else, but depending on what the players choose, it might be something different. And a game where you have to fill in the blanks yourself with your own code until it's finished teaches you to code. I have played games like that before, at least the ones with loops. Those have been pretty fun. So I'll go ahead and erase this guy here. I think that could be a fun idea to do. So first, it tells you how to interact with objects. It does teach you that one. So you'll have the arrow keys to move around. And I think as well, just having something pop up with the arrow keys, or not with the arrow keys, but instead having something pop up with the direction keys. So something like this guy here, where it shows you that you can use the arrow keys. Now, whether or not you actually use the different keys, that's to be desired, but it would show you whatever you hotkeyed already. So the hotkey arrows will show up here to show you that you can move around. So when you open up the game, it starts off by saying, hey, you can use the arrow keys to move. Once you're using the arrow keys to move, then it'll say, hey, look at this book here. Maybe it could even fall from the sky, something like that. And now you know how to interact. So that already ticks off 2 things that we need to know how to do, which is movement, done, and interacting. So I guess the gay player controls, I guess that is something that would have to be the mechanics to learn. So I'll put that on the list too. And I like that a lot better than what we have already. How hard is it going to be to implement? I'm not too sure. So let's see. We'll also put on here mechanic player. P-L-A-Y-E-R. Player. And specifically player movements, player controls. And I think doing something like this, because notice, I just drew a lot of symbols, but it gets the point across more than just typing it out. Right now, what we currently have to describe what we're doing is if I go into programming here, and again, we have to type what you want to do. That's a terminal window, not necessarily a game per se. Funny you mentioned that, James. I can say, if I do exclamation itch here, funny enough, well, I was in college for game development, but then I eventually dropped out because I realized the way they were teaching me to do things wasn't the way I want it to be taught. But before that, before I dropped out, I was assigned to do a final project for programming. And on that final project to be programmed, I made a game called Console Cafe Simulator, where you type out controls in a console. And Console Cafe Simulator is a big inspiration for Necrotype Cafe. The only difference is that I realized I don't want people to be speed demons, so I added the fact that you have to do it to the music. And I also like magic, so I added magic in there too. But yeah, you know, Terminal, I did do something programming with Terminal already. That has been done. And at some point, I'd love to recreate this game. I think that could be fun. Let's see. We'll go back into, let's see here, programming. And symbols are universal, don't need to deal with languages. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Symbols instead would be better than the words, because if I go into here, I can show you what I mean. If I mute this guy here, go into here, our tutorial, you can't see, hold on, and you could have music during the serving, and at the end of every movement, a customer. What? Oh boy, what a mechanic. Let's see, I'll move into here. I think Eris has a problem, too much focus on cafes. As I said before, I'm a big fan of restaurant simulators and a big fan of rhythm games. A huge fan, so... And as I said before, I grew up with the Papa's games and the Penguin Diners, so they've always been a large inspiration. I enjoy the hecticness of having to dash back and forth between taking customers' orders and choosing which to prioritize and choosing whether you want to go for the long shot or the short shot, or if you can make a perfect dish. Those always tingle to my interest. And Reality Design, the evil version. That would be Necrotype Cafe if it didn't take place in a prestigious academy. That would be a what would you call it? Like a waffles Necrotype Cafe. But you can see here, this is the current tutorial. It uses it through words. It says what to do with in terms of moving around. And I also don't like how it says the brackets. That's another thing too. Right now I say it through words, but I'm thinking having it at a Waffle House cafe. Yeah. A Necrotype Bridge restaurant. I don't know if he only said some sort of visual indicator that didn't require language, so I can understand. At last, I am illiterate. Oh boy. I think having that here would make it handy. And then, for example, here, I have words, but it might be a little bit hard. So instead, even here, you could have an arrow key pointing at the customer and have an E button and say, you have to press E. I think doing it with symbols instead of words will be nicer. So I think all in all, that's something that we're definitely going to have to update. Doing it with symbols. Symbols will be a lot sweeter, and that would just be Mortal Kombat. Fight! Finish him! Let's see. If we go into you here, let's bring you back into concepts here. And what we'll do, let's see. So that takes care of that, that takes care of that. We have a few of these guys. If we go back up here, we have move, see customer, take order. Now, these guys here, we know for certain that guy can be, that teaches you interact, and you pop up directly over the counter, over the customer. Yeah, I think that'll work out, especially because there's been times in the past as well where people have been confused on what to do next after the customer. So I think a lot of indicators, especially beside what you want the customer to notice, can be helpful. I think another thing too, right? Just an idea here, shot in the dark. But if we do the idea I talked about earlier with lighting, if it's set at pitch black midnight, so that we're in here in the cafe and it's really dark, so you can barely see things aside from a few candles. Once the skull guy that shows you where to go pops up, if the skull is illuminated and the skull floats, I think that would serve as a better indicator than just having the skull pop up. Having the skull as a bright light, like what do they call it in folktale? I watched Brave the other day, but I don't remember. It's the wisp, the will-o-wisp. Having it look like a will-o-wisp, where it's this kind of fiery thing that's going along a path, I think people would be more inclined to follow it instead of the silly little skeleton skull. I think that could work out well as well. Work out well as well. Let's go back into concepts here. And I will write that down too, because I think that could be handy. Just things like that to make it feel more in-game instead of having the little skull. So we'll say controls should be clear. And following the fate of death, no, they can be harmful or helpful. If I recall correctly, though my what is it? What would that be? Scottish folklore, or would it be Gaelic folklore? Not too up to par. Let's see. I'll put it out on here. I'm thinking we can have some lighting, 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 and then we have TO2, and then we have HIGHLIGHT, lighting to highlight, and then we'll say path follower, P, because that's what that guy is called, a little path follower. So PATH, path, and then we have FOLLOWER, path follower, lighting to highlight path follower. Indeedy. Okie dokie. And I'll slide that. Oh. Don't want that. I just want to slide you over. That's all I want out of you. I don't want much. Okay. So lighting to highlight path follower, I do like that idea as well. Just lighting in general. And more like following Faye to the food. Exactly. But you know what they say. Don't ever eat Faye food. That's not good. Also, never tell a Faye your name. These are basic things when it comes to surviving. Oh boy. So let's see. Orders option menu. I think that's good to go. Having a way to show as a symbol, hey, interact with us, eat the Fae instead. It's be, or is it eat or be eaten? Let's see here. If we do that, so that takes care of that, that takes care of that. When the customer is reading, I think the visual indicator of that is helpful. I think as well, zooming in a little bit when we remove half of the cafe. So instead, the screen might look like this instead. Truth be told though, if we shrink the cafe down, we might be able to have the whole cafe on screen. I don't know how well that would look, but if the entire cafe is on screen, when you're in one area, maybe that's lit, or maybe you can see it. And when you're not in that area, then the sky is dark. So you can go back and forth between the two different areas, and depending on in what area you're in, that could work too, instead of sliding the camera back and forth. That's another thing that we could play around with as well, depending on the cafe. And I'm gonna write that down as well. And another idea to consider is that with shrinking cafe, maybe fade to black, or yeah, let's see. I'll do this yellow for an idea. And eat the Fae food, Lisa. Fae ting. Oh, that's bad. And Fae hate this one simple trick. I'll put on here instead 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 of camera pan, instead of CAMERA, instead of camera pan, PAN, instead of camera pan, let's see, and that's fatal! Oh, Naomi, how could you? Oh boy. Instead of camera pan, what we could do is have when not in room, instead of camera pan, when not in room, when WHEN, when not NOT, when not in room, INROOM, when not in room, comma, fade to black, fade, 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 TOBLACK, fade to black when not in room, and one dish to rule them all, and in all the darkness, feed them. Oh boy, let's see. So let's go back down here. I think that can certainly help. What are some other things we can do? So we have the orders screen. I think that can be updated and will be updated. Options menu being in game as well. We have the interact key. We also can just make it a little bit easier or something else to show the customer. For example, having the customer, you know what? We've seen this done before and it could be helpful. And maybe now that the customer, now that the customer, what's the word I'm looking for? Now that the customers are fewer, so now that there's 8 instead of 12, we've seen it in games before, but we could do something like Penguin Diner, where there's a little, a little thought bubble. Possibly, that could work too. It could tell you the current status of the customer, as well as what customer is what. And it'll also help you, hopefully. That way, if you want to have reference for when you're in the other part of the cafe room, I think that can help. Maybe, for example, also having a little animation to show Gabby taking down the notes as what they're doing in a not here. I think that could be fun too. But maybe having a speech bubble for the customer order, and each speech bubble then, I think, if we do it correctly, all the speech bubbles will, you'll be able to get all 4 of them in here. But nope, never mind, that won't work. I don't like that. Okay, another thing done in the Lemon Drops game, the Lemon Cake game, is that when a customer had an order or what customer number, there's a little bit of a note card here. Maybe we can do a note card like that too. I'm not too sure. But we'll see. And remember, Fae don't transform overnight. They start as infants and need meals to grow into their full potential. Oh boy, it's bad. I tell you, that's bad. Maybe we can do the speech bubble idea. Maybe we just increase the distance between customers. That way you have more room to run, and that way it doesn't interrupt the speech bubbles below and the food below. So I think possibly we can just expand cafe, add speech bubble. And when they speech bubble, you gotta record it yourself, saying and it speeds up so high pitched. I do like the sound of that. Oh boy. So I'll put that as well here, and we'll just say, you know, you just turned into, what was her name? Miss Robinson, I think. Let's see. We'll do you here, and then we'll have on here tweak layout. So I'll do here tweak TWEAK, tweak layout LAYOUT, tweak layout, and then we can do add add bubble, add, and then we can say speech bubble SPE. Is it EA? Speech? No, is it double E? I cannot remember. And what if the tables have the menus on them and the customer looks them over? They do that already, James, but the fact that you can't tell isn't a good thing. That means it's not clear enough. Currently, they do have animations for each part of it. Speech, double E, I see, thank you. Double E, I see. Hold on, splits. Melody, you're not helping. All right, SPEECH, BUBBLE, speech bubble add. Right, I can show you currently, but something I've been told in the past when I've had people test out the game for the first time, they weren't able to tell the customer's current status. So I think spending some time making it easier, because at the moment it's not clear on what's going on. For example, I'll spawn in a Necromancer because I believe the Necromancers are the ones that take a long time to think. And I believe your customer profile 1, there you are. Here's a Necromancer. They go through a few stages right now. See, that's them reading. They're reading a book. There is a reading animation. And then when they're ready to order, they switch to their ordering animation, which is just them waving their hands. but it's not very clear to some people, which is good to know because that just means it needs to be made clear. And hi, is it Arnav possibly? Welcome into stream. I can certainly try again if I got that wrong, but welcome into stream. I think fixing that would be handy, or at least I'm thinking as well, right? If we chop the cafe, remove one of the lines, make it a little bit wider in some areas, I think zooming in too, possibly, just changing the layout could be helpful. The good news is, because I use a grid system, it won't be too hard to just update the layout of the cafe. We've done it before, we can do it again. And you didn't finish reading the rest of the idea? Oh, did I? Oh, that's me just doing it too fast to see. And the customers look them over, and when they're ready, the menu floats above their head. Oh! Ah! That part there, I see. That could be a different animation, yeah. I do like that idea. I'm not sure how it would be implemented, but I do like that idea. So I will save that one. Thank you, James. Let's see. And just call me whatever is easier for you. I see a Z. Lovely then. It kind of like she's charging up a haymaker. What's a haymaker? And maybe this is a Waffle House. Oh boy, let me move you back into here and move you back into concept here. And I'll also add that idea right up here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, just maybe a different animation or maybe the book animation as well too. So we'll add that there. So let's see. Ghost here, you there. We are currently at here. And haymaker is a punch from Disney's Hercules. I see. It's been quite a second since I've seen that movie, but I do like it. And then along came Zeus. Let's see. We will do you down here. So I think speech bubble could be helpful in just adding more for the customer. And this was something, or this was a mechanic we had in the game initially as well. Or an animation above their head while thinking because the book is basically impossible to see. Oh, fair point too, yeah. That could be it. You could have, I'm thinking the bubble here, or at least some sort of thought bubble. So maybe something like that there, and then that there. So you can kind of tell what they're thinking. Something along the lines of that. And then it has their status. So if they're ready to order, or if they're still pondering, or if they're different things, I think that could work. And then it also has the order, so you know at a glance who's what. And which software is this? This software is called Concepts, like the thought. If you have any questions about which software is which one, you can do that. Well, that's linked in Godot. Oh, well, it depends on the software. This one here is called Concepts, and the other one I was just at, so this one here is called Godot. It's the engine. All right, the drawing one. Yep. It depends on which one, but that should hopefully answer all of your questions about programs. That's the word I'm looking for. I think a bubble could be helpful. We could do a circular bubble, and then as well, right? Maybe what we can do is not only does this mark the like a thought bubble, but if it's circular, it can also act as the customer's timer. So that could be maybe another indicator. That way you don't have to worry too much. We do have a way to see it when you have the menu open, but maybe having it this way. Maybe, now, the thing is, I don't want it to feel messy. I don't want there to be a lot of UI in the game as much, but I do like the idea of having, you know, a few hints here and there. Maybe it's the case of when you get close to the customer, yeah, you know what? How about that? We can have the best of both worlds. Maybe in this case, when you're near the customer, it's in full view of what they want, but when you're further away, it's faded, or you can barely see it. That way, you still get a little bit of information, but not a lot. I could see that working out possibly, so I'll also add that in there. Opacity based on distance is what I will write down. So I'll grab this guy here, slide you down here, and we'll do, let's see, tweak layout, add speech bubble, and then I'll also put on here, OPACITY, opacity, BASED, based, and then I'll put on here on, ON, and then TIST, oh, hold on, that T is jumping. DTANCE, TISTANCE. Yep, that's right. Distance, opacity based on distance. And for a typing game, the avoidance of text is an interesting contradiction. The thing is, when you have a lot of text on screen, what this is supposed to represent is like characters, and there's a lot of symbols going on as well. It's like reading out the Minecraft enchanting language is the hope, at least. So I'm okay with a lot of symbols. The thing was, we had a lot of instructions when it came to words, but I think symbols work out a lot nicer. They're cleaner, and it tells a lot more, I think, than words can. It's also more, I feel more on the, what's the word I'm looking for? Intuitive side. When you see an arrow pointing at something, you're probably going to go in that direction. And when you see the keys pop up in this direction, where it looks like the directional keys, then you know probably what the arrow keys are, or the direction keys, because it could be WAS and D said too. So We have the orders menu, we have the options menu. The thought bubble can be added as well to give a little bit more explanation. After that, we can have the customer also have their menu here. Since these are boxes, they'll probably also turn to circles. I can see that being this guy here, that circle could be. Right now, this is the UI, but I'm thinking instead of having it look like that, I think an upgrade could be, for example, that cake would be this cake symbol here. And then what I'm thinking is you have their timer. So you have the timer all along here. This is now their timer. And then you have the cake. So the cake would be this guy here. I think that also gets across the information. This versus this and that timer. Just compacting it could also be helpful too. That way we don't have as much space. The thing is, not all things have a timer. There's no timer, we can just not have a symbol. But I think that might look a lot nicer than the double on layer. And my algorithm to Minecraft enchantment, pick an option, hope for the best, get the worst, start over. The trial and error, good or reliable. And does your console say failure rotate ghost? I have a sense that's what my tombstone will say. Oh boy, who hasn't rotated a tombstone or two before? Oh boy. I do like this though. I think having it as a circle is nicer. Maybe we can change the symbol around so it's not a circle quite, but I like the circle idea. I do tend to like rounder things. So instead of the orders looking like this, there'll be circles instead. And I think having the UI look like that is a little bit nicer. I feel like it's a little bit more than intuitive side in sense of what the timer is. This guy's kind of ticking down and you can see the full of it. So I'm okay with keeping that. And then you'll have the tutorial talk about that stuff, those things. I'm thinking as well, and this was, let's see, that was, if I go back to here, yeah, this guy here. I'm not sure how many wizards there's going to be, so I guess it depends. But we can have, I'm thinking, let's see. I want to do this, where, depending on the wizard you get in the game, and this will show it off as well, but I'll go ahead and copy this guy here, and I'm thinking, this will be the info. So your Pokédex, you could also call it the Infodex maybe, but we have kind of a, you know what, for now, I'll call it our Pokédex. So P-O-K-E, Pokédex, D-E-X, D-E-X, but you know, since it is a Pokédex, I guess we have to do this. There we go. There we are. There we go. And I'll put this down here. And this gives you the information about the different flavors, about the different wizards, any information that you would need to know when it comes to the wizarding part of the game. So for example, what are necromancers, what's their magic, what's their waiting time, can we get a description about them, and necrodex. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll get rid of that TM. We can do things on our own terms. Necrodex it is. Let's see. Hold on. Necro-C-R-C-R-O. Necrodex. I like that. Necronomicon. Oh boy. And I do know this all. Lovely. So let's see. We'll grab this guy here. So there is a list of wizard classes you can click on, and they'll give you different things. I'm also thinking, and I'm not too sure about this, if we would want to do that, because we do have, oh, you know what? No, actually, I do like the idea of that. Not only will we have a dex for the flavors and the wizards associated with them, we will also have a food dex. Now, I don't know the name of it quite, but I'm thinking we have, let's see, and I'll just erase that, then we'll move that there, and we'll also have a food dex. Let's see, F-O-O-D, food, F-O-O-D, food dex. Well, dish dex. I like that better. D-I-S-H, dish dex. And recipe book? Yeah, that works too, but does it sound as cool? Recipe book's probably the better way to say it. But yeah, recipe book. That's what this one would be. And this guy could go over here. And instead of it looking like this, cafe dex. All the dexes, I tell you, that's the what is it, spell book. Yeah. The thing is, or at least the hope is that recipe dex. Let's see here. I remove, hold on. There we are, that there, and I'll slide you over and we'll move you. Oh, nope, that's not what we want. There we go. We'll erase you here and then we'll move you here. Dex. Oh boy. R-E-C-P. Is that? Yeah. R-E-C. Nope. R-E-C-I-P-E. Right? R-E-C-I-P-E. Yep. Okay. Recipe it is. That's how you spell it. There you go. Recipe dex. Okay. And in this recipe dex, instead, I'm thinking, let's see, feast dex. Of course. Instead of having the wizards look like this menu screen, do we want it? Well, no, we can do it something like that. Instead here, we have you'd have the dishes. So for example, here, the different dishes you can get. And in this example, you have, let's see here. You'd have your cake, and that'll be that guy there. And then you have that guy there. And then you'd have, let's see, your cake symbol. You'd have, and that's the wrong color, cake symbol. You have the cake symbol. You have your cookie symbol, and you have that guy and that guy. And then we'll do a little cookie there, and then you just, yep, that cookie symbol. Yep, that's a, don't you want to eat that cookie? It's mint white chocolate chip. Yeah, that's delicious. And you reinvented memory, pagination, and modern. Is that how you say it? The dex of all dexes. Let's see. So we have cookies, and then when you select one, you'll get a... How can we do that, do you think? Because the idea is that as you go on in the game, you'll unlock, or you'll be able to see the different varieties. So when you select the cake, for example, you'll get all the different cake combinations. You'll get your spicy cake that looks like a lava cake, I think could be fun. But this will tell you more about the dishes. I don't know how it will yet, but you would have one for your necromancers, and your necromancers here are going to be your different, either it could be class symbols like Hogwarts. So you'd have the flavor color associated with it for different flavors, and then you also have your dishes. And it looks like a Pokemon egg. You know what? It does. Oh no! Hold on. Oh, if I just do that there. Yep, there you go. It still looks like a Pokemon egg. You know what? Scrambled eggs are being had. Delicious. Let's see here. You'd have the recipe decks, and then you'd have the necro decks. And I think this will be helpful. And Pokemon egg is now yellow. There's no getting away from it. And welcome to stream, Alphabet. Welcome back in as well. Welcome in. Yeah, I do like that. I think that works out well. We have a Necrodex, we have a Recipe Dex, and it just shows you things that are possible, and then you have the different combinations. So, how do we want to do that exactly? I think this guy here is mainly, and its purpose is telling you about customers. So it's customer data. So I'll do this here. Let's see. Customer, C-U-S-T-O. Customer, C-U-S-T-O-M-E-R. Customer data, D-A-T-A. D-A-T-A. And I'll do plus flavor, so plus F. L-A-V-O-R, customer data plus flavor, and then this guy down here is for your dishes, and they're called dishes, so we'll do dish data, D-I-S-H, dish data, D-A-T-A, data plus flavor, F-L-A-V-O-R. Oh, you know what I just remembered? Hold your horses, I might have it on hand. If I grab, let's see, the game, no, hold on. Little witch in the woods. Do I have you? Are you installed? I can show you something. I have another game we can reference. Oh, F-L-A-V-O-R-D-I-S-H. You know, sometimes things, dish that. Dish data. There you go. Oh boy. And let's see, yep, I forgot too. How? In a row! Did I forget 2 letters? Yeah, customer data plus flavor, and then dish data plus flavor. There we are. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and let's see here. Witch in the Woods, will you open the game for favor? Exit the game? Yeah, I want to open it. There is a game I played back when it was still in beta, and it's recently fully released. I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet because I've been waiting for it to get an update for being compatible with Steam Deck, but it is a pixel art game where you play as a little witch, and it's called Little Witch in the Woods. And I'm looking forward to it because it's got a lot of spell casting, and it's more about potion brewing. And chat, I think you're skilled with the R's. Oh, I've been stuck in school. Did you go on break from this project? No, it's been less of break, more just development's been a little bit slower. And I love that game. It's a good game. I do agree. And welcome into the stream, by the way. The triangle. Welcome in. The unfortunate thing is that it won't let me do the game. What if I uninstall and reinstall? How about that? If I just properties, what if I just uninstall the game? Can I do that? Or can I view integrity of game files? How about we do that? I think this will be really helpful because I really love the layout of their spellbook for the game. If it doesn't let me verify, or if it doesn't let me open the game, let me see if I can also do, let's see, Little Witch in the Woods spellbook. I didn't get far in the game, but I did a little bit here and there. And nope, the spell book, maybe I can find a video of it. It'd be a lot nicer to show you in person, so we'll hold off on it a little bit. But I really like the UI of this game. I do enjoy. Oh, you know what? Another game I enjoyed was the, what was it? The potions game? I forget what it's called. I enjoyed it for a little bit, then it got a little bit repetitive. But there's a potion game, potion permit. That was the game. I did enjoy that one too. Well, it lasted as well. Many games I enjoyed when they lasted. Potion permit was another one. As I said before, I'm a big fan of spell casting, magic, brewing. So the potion permit was another one. Potion seller. I require strongest potions. Let's see. Little witch in the woods, did you finish checking your files? Can I play you now? Let's see if it lets me. Game, come on. I believe in you. I think you can load. If not, we'll try again, because I definitely do think this is helpful information. The way they do their game layout is just, it's really smart. And I wish I had more information. Let's see, remove from, manage. How do I uninstall you? Oh, uninstall. There we are, uninstall. And potions, permits, precautiously, precisely. Oh boy, we'll also do that there. Okay. And then we'll see if this lets us do it. We'll let it do its thing while I open up this game here, potion permits. I see, download's almost complete. Okay, so we'll let that guy do its thing now. And while we're waiting, I'm thinking we have a recipe dex too. That way we get a 2-for-1. But the thing is, how are we going to have the player, what's the word? How do we let the player know that this information exists? How can we, what do you think can be an idea? Maybe we have the player learn the recipes a little bit more or something of the sorts. What would be a good way to incorporate or introduce the idea? Right now, the way the game works is it just says, hey, go to that bookshelf, get the potion off of it. I think there's maybe a different way we can do it, and a nicer way to show off that there's different parts and different aspects to the game itself, but I'm not quite sure how you could go about introducing it quite yet. It'll just take a lot of brainstorming, because I definitely think we're due for a tutorial overhaul. I also think we're due for a UI overhaul. Really just an overhaul in general with just those things, because while the tutorial, nope, hold on. Let me click that button too and see, does it have my save? And I'm realizing a lot. Apparently, I do play a lot of pixel art games, which is nice to see too. If you're going, or if you're trying to learn a pixel arty style, I think it's handy to have in that sense too. Okay, so let's see. Do I have you there? I think so, possibly. Let's see. I'll wait for it to do its thing. With that said, let's see. So, UI will be helpful. Those guys will be helpful. Nope, hold on. Let me press the button here. And then if I go into the sky, let's see if it does let me do the thing. If I click on the buttons here. Nope. Hold on. What if it's in the main menu? Nope. Nope. Okay, that's okay. Nope. That's also okay. We're good. The thing is, if I bring it into here, it might be a little bit confusing, but we can take a look at the UI. If I bring you into, let's see here, back into gaming, and we go back into here, back into here, and then I open up the game, which is potion. No, can't find it. Hold on. Open up game now. Are you visible now? Potion. Nope. Hold on. Let me go ahead and press escape on here. Let me see about options menu. Let's see. Settings. If I do full screen off, and then I do cancel button here, click on you here, and we go, yes, now potion permit can be visible. Lovely. Okay, well then, let me show you. Let's see, this guy here. And then I can transition you into the other screen here, and you should be able to hear the audio. Is it good to go? Can you hear the music? Can you hear the game? Let me see if I can make it bigger. I don't think I can. Let's see. Can I make your sizing bigger? Resolution, bigger. There we are. Good, lovely. Great. So this is a game called Potions Permit. I used to play it a lot, and I'm hoping it'll be helpful, as the UI is a lot of it is pixel art, isn't it? This is the settings menu, and I think we can do, let's see, settings controller. Yeah, I'd like to have a settings menu like this. I think this is maybe, well, I don't know. I like how you can tell, and even here I can use the scroll wheel, which is nice. You don't have to click it to use it. I'm assuming you can also use the arrow key as well. And let's see, you there. Oh, no main menu. No, thank you. There we are, task. So there's a task key here. Let's see, oh, hold on. You know, maybe there's a patch or something. That's okay. You have the characters, you have the information, and I think you can scroll down here too, which I think is so cute. And And then we have potions. Yes, this here. Do we want to go for something like this where it's just the item itself and then the information? Sometimes they look at these, sometimes they don't. I think they're helpful, but I feel like most of this, at least, when it comes to things like this, a lot of it I boil down more to flavor text, if anything. But you can see down here too, permitted ingredients. That there, I do like that. So maybe it's worth it to do a menu akin to this, because it does tell you the recipes, or it does tell you what ingredients you can use for this is a little bit of a recipe feel. We go into here, materials, it also goes over, and it also goes over another mechanic in the game. It's I could consider it like a puzzle. So each ingredient is a puzzle piece, and you're trying to fill out a puzzle. So it does go over which ingredients are which puzzle pieces. That way you can choose which puzzles or which pieces you want to add. So to think of, how this one works is that there's a side menu for the words, and then there's a image, and then there's words. We have here food too, and I think they do that layout here for all of them. So what I'll do is we'll go to the potions, I will take a screenshot, and we will keep it for that. So I do like it. This is charming. It feels quite cozy. And I will go ahead and then close the game. So I will hide you there. Oh, if it lets me, I will hide you there, and then we'll move you here. I'll close the game. Maybe I'll give the game another try, possibly. Let's see. I'll close the game here. We don't need any of you. There we go. Close it. There we go. Good to go. And then I'll also grab the other one. What was it? Little Witch. Needed to be downloaded. There you go, Little Witch. And we'll go back into concepts here. And while we're waiting on that guy, let's see. We'll slide down. Move it over to our game reference area. We'll undo that. Move you down here. And we'll move you up to here. And slide that over. So their menu, if we were to look at it, and we'll see if we could do an idea. So the way they do it is it's one singular page, and then the side guys, so perhaps, but I do like the idea of that too, where you have each entry here instead, and then each entry fills into the object. So you have the object, you then have words up here, a little bit of words up here. You then have a few words down here, and then you'd have some more words here. That would be the layout. And that's a little bit different than my earlier idea, where this here, and actually, you know what? Nope, hold on, this is the old one. There we are. Kind of like that, where instead of the single line, it's an image instead. So it depends on that one. And how you tell them you're going into battle. What do you mean, Yoni? What would we need to go into battle for? Well, what do you mean? Let's see, save that guy there. That guy should be 60% done, so we'll take a look at that guy too. Yeah, there's just the books, the spell casting, the old books you can look at. I do enjoy that. And right now, my spell casting book is a little under the weather. I think he's due for a refresh. And you meow? Oh boy, potions are, I see. I don't know the whole skit when it comes to the potion seller, but I have heard it many times. Like the whole the rubber room. They chopped me in a rubber room. Let me get some water here. Wonderful. And those ingredients aren't gonna whisk themselves in shapes. You gotta fight them. You know, that's the thing too. I have played a game called, what was it called? Bonk something. It's very new, very recent, and it is super popular too. So I'm hoping at least probably one of you know what it is. In their game though, there is a selection screen, and there's Megabonk. Yes, Megabonk. I've played Megabonk too very recently, and in it, there are selections for items that you can get, and there's a whole menu. And if you don't have that item unlocked, then it's filled out, and you don't know. But it gives you something to work towards, and it also gives you a description when you highlight over it on how to get it. I do like that. I like the idea of that too. That could be a fun thing to do. So for here, for example, instead of the symbols appearing, maybe they're black and faded, and they have like a question mark on them, and when you go over them, it says, it gives you a hint about what it could be. That could be something to do too. Let's slide this guide back down. Little Witch is finished downloading, so let's see if I can bring you into the game here. And I did that as well. Lovely. Fight the dishes off. Let's see. So I'll let that load. Let's do its thing for just a quick old second here. I do enjoy the thought of concepts. And oh, something I can mention too, while we're waiting on it to load, or hold on, it froze my screen. Hold on. It's loading up. I gotta give it a chance to load. It's gotta think about its life decisions, apparently. Maybe I can go to the second screen if it'll let me. And what I want to do is go to game that. Lovely. Okay. So if you also need help with learning or looking up references and you don't have this many games to mess around with the settings of, I can recommend this website here, and I'll paste it both into this one here, and collect that after the gas finish having a good cry. Oh, the tears. I'll move that into there as well. It is a website called Game UI Database, and I can certainly say I have used it in the past, especially if I don't have any games of the said genre. And, oh, hold on, let's see. I believe we'll do, yep, we'll do that one there for now. It pulled me into a menu screen. Let's see. See select, yep. Okay, and then continue. Will you let me continue? That'll be lovely. Yeah, this one gives more of a book feel, and I do enjoy it. And before we do that, let's go over the Game UI database very quickly so I can talk about it. And then we'll swap over to the Little Witch in the Woods. So if I go into this guy here, you should be able to see it. And why I do like this website is because it gives examples of different things, and it also categorizes the different UI. If it will allow me to see the corner. I want to make the screen bigger, but I can't see the arrow to the bottom of the screen. My mouse keeps disappearing. Okay, now I see it. Good, lovely. Okay, we'll move that down there and that over there. And this looks really helpful. Thanks, of course. I haven't heard talked about a lot, and I really do need to talk about it more often, but I'm happy to hear it. And if, for example, you're looking for ideas when it comes to settings menu or options menu, you can get settings menus here. And it goes into different games, and I believe it also goes into different types. So they allow you to see, and there's also animations here too, different ideas. And I think this is just having a database where you can have so many ideas. And they also can categorize, for example, as colors. So if you're looking specifically for a, let's see if it does work. If I click on that one there, well, how does this work exactly? If I click on that one, purple. If I want a purple, look at that. If there's a certain color you're going for, you can do that too. And you can also choose the different UI elements, the different styles. So if there's something specific you're going for, or if you want to get a good idea for how game developers already do something, that can be super duper helpful too. That is, yeah, I always find that super neat. So with that said, let me go ahead, bring you back into, let's see here, if it allows me to see what I'm doing. Yep. And if I click on you, let's see. You. Oh, I forget how to do the buttons. I'm just double checking here. Okay, I think we're good. I will then bring you back into, let's see. The music's double layering, so it's a little bit hard to hear at the moment. I click on that button, and then I click on gaming again, and then I open up the game, which is this game here, lovely, and I enable the game here, and then I can go ahead and transition. So here's the game, Little Witch in the Woods. It's an adorable pixel art game. I will slide this guy over, and you can't see it, so I might have to slide me over, or we might have to make it smaller. So let's see. And you should be able to also hear the game too. Let me make it a little bit louder. But there is certain icons on the screen that do appear. You have a, let's see, S here for your bag. And this is an inventory screen. So let's see. There is specifically, I'm looking for this. Look at this. How pretty is this? It's an encyclopedia. I want to do something like this. And it's a little hard to see because I'm in the way. Let me see if I move my body back over. And I make this guy a little bit smaller. Fortunately, but hopefully, no, it's okay. I'd say it's okay. You know what? In fact, let me move myself, and I'm gonna make myself a little smaller, and I'm gonna put myself here. I can see it all. But take a look at this. Isn't this adorable? It's I don't know, does it show my mouse? It does not, unfortunately. Okay, that's okay. You can see if I grab our good old wand boy here, this guy, and I unlock him. This is initial information you find out about the creature, and then this is information you can unlock. Its smaller ears should have a higher pitch. And as we continue on in the game, you can see it tells you about the habitat of the creature here. It also goes into what it can spawn, and the tools you need to gather it, as well as the items that can reach out with the item. And then there's also here information. I do enjoy this layout here, and I remembered it, but I didn't remember it exactly. So let me also grab some screenshots of this guy here, because this is the more two-page style idea I was thinking of. So this definitely plays into that idea I had. So let's see, I'll move this into concepts. Oh, nope, you shouldn't go into concepts. Only I need to go into concepts here. Hold on. Wrong screens everywhere. Oh boy, let me bring up concepts. That's what I wanted to do, and I wanted to paste this UI into here. That is all I wanted to do. Oh boy. All right, and back in here, let's see. There are different foods, and it tells you the different instructions. Yeah, I would like to do something like this. Now, it's a lot of information, granted, And I definitely think, because I haven't been here in a second, it's also a thing I do not remember of. But something about this feels very nice. Seeing the animations go up and down. It's a lot of information, a big menu, but half the game comes from discovering potions and experimenting. And that's something I do want this game to be about. But I don't know if it'll work out too well, just considering how simple it is. But I do want to go for something like this, where there's a whole list of things you can see, and then there's different, let's see, turn pages. Yeah, you can turn the pages too, and then the pages are faded depending on it. Granted though, I don't know, or I definitely don't think having multiple pages to flip when it comes to the different individual objects will be a good idea, just because of how fast-paced the game is. But can you imagine thinking to yourself, you know what? That's not too bad. It'd be bad, but it's not too bad. Can you imagine? To any of you that have ever cooked before or used AI, like a cookbook. If you've ever read a cookbook before, when you're searching for a specific recipe and you have to madly dash to flip through the pages, that could be fun. Maybe it could hurt your fingers a little bit, or you could also, for example, maybe consider holding down the key to do the really fast flips. I like that idea, but the question is, would it be tedious? It would definitely feel more intuitive, but would it? I wonder. And I think to myself, nah, a cookbook? What's that? Oh boy. I like the idea of that, where you can quickly flip through the pages as you're trying to figure out what is what. I could see that working out as well. I'm just not too sure on the all in all if it's a good idea. I like it. So, there's just so many different ways you could go about things that it depends, I think. So for now, I'll just save these guys, and I'll bring you back into concepts, and we'll get a few screenshots. I'll click on play here, and then we'll go ahead and grab a few screenshots of here. That could be a fun thing to mess around with, but the question is, would it be actually fun? Idea-wise, it could be nice, and that feels more like a lore feature or a purchase new recipe feature. Yeah, that's what this is, or just about. As you go on in the game, you'll gain more features, so you'll gain more spells. You'll gain more spells, you'll gain more flavors and more wizards. So as you go along, you'll discover more. And I do like the idea of having the wizards along and a small bookshelf between the cafe seating an area where the customers are ready to order with highlighted book on the shelf. Hold on, let's see. A small bookshelf between the cafe seating area and the kitchen where the customer's ready to order will highlight a book on the shelf. A book that shows... That could work, yeah. The thing is, if I want the book to go... Oh, hold on. Music's overlaying again. Hold on. Let me exit out of the game. Return the main menu. Yes, indeedy. Oh, hold on. No, that didn't work. Return the main menu. Yes, indeed. And then I want to close the game because too many audios going on. Okay, I was saying that I wanted the book to go at the bottom of the screen. That's where it was initially. Where when you were in the game, the book would hover, or at least like with the FNAF cameras, that was a good example, where you could see a little bit of the book, but if you wanted to open the book up, you'd have to press the book button, and when you press the book button, then it appears fully on your screen like this here, and then you'd have the cafe in the background. But if we do it there, where you'd have, let's see, yeah, if you did it there, where, or if there was a shelf here, for example, with the big encyclopedia, I'm not too sure about that one, just because I do like the idea of having a simple book in your hand at all times, but if you want to reference the lore, I do like that idea as well. And to purchase a new recipe, yeah, that'll definitely be there, at least with the idea of more. Right now, I'm just not sure if I remove all of you here. If we go down here, you can see the example of just the idea of you'll unlock more as you go along, but these are the things you have right now. These are the things you can choose from. That's what it is currently. And if we zoom out and go up here, yeah, I do enjoy the feel of this. But the question is, if you flipped a lot of pages, would it feel tedious? I plan on having 10 wizards, so that would be a total of 10 pages you would flip through. And I don't think that would be too bad. But if you imagine a world where you would have 50 flavors, I don't think it'll a possibility if I'm thinking of 50. But I plan to have a maximum of 10 flavors upon release of the game. And flipping between the 10 pages doesn't sound too bad. I think it could also be fun in the sense of someone having to remember, okay, I need to look at the bidder stuff. What page is that on? Bidder's on this one, or page 1, or page 2. I gotta fast forward to flip to page 7. I like the idea of that. It's just a thing of, is it too tedious? And add an option to flip the page based on number key if you have pages 1 to 10, or 01 to, if you have pages 1 to 10k. We could do that too, yeah. The thing is, what is it? If we do want to do more flavors, then that would we would run out of numbers. And to uncover a new recipe, a customer is disgruntled because their food wasn't available. A smarter guide tells you where you can go to get the recipe, possibly discover new ingredients as well. The way it works at the moment is there's going to be you're in a prestigious wizard academy and you're playing as a necromancer, and our Gabby, she is the best of the best when it comes to her necromancy class, so she represents the necromancers. And as the days go on, as you progress along in the story, along in the weeks, along in the levels, new wizard head classes, so for example, the head of the pyromancers will come into the classroom, and the way it works, the way you unlock things, is that the customers, instead of paying with money, because everyone's rich here, they pay you with information. So they slide you their notes of their classes under the table. And the more notes you gather, the more pages you collect, then you can use them to unlock things. That's how it works currently. And going on the scope of the game, I do want to add the power-ups. The power-ups would be the payment system, but right now the power-ups aren't required for the game to feel complete. So for now, I'm keeping aside the power-ups will come next year, most certainly. And tedious is a matter of resistance. Some people enjoy a lot of resistance, but that is rarely the case. So it'll depend on your experience. Yeah, it might just come down to a trial and error thing and seeing if people enjoy it or not. And you just said you only plan to add 10 flavors though? I only plan to, so you won't run out of flavors. Yeah, I plan to add the 10, but if I ever want to come back to the game in the future, I guess I could just say it, that's a future me problem. Truth be told, technically speaking, it could be a future me problem. But I don't like leaving my future me with the damage to deal with. And sliding to the recipes, recipe DMs. Oh boy, and I did read that as well, and I did read that too. And keeping the topic very short because I could talk for hours. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not opposed to trying it, at least. I like the idea of this, where it's just the necromancers, but I also like the feel of something like this, where there's more information. Now, I don't know how much information I could actually fill, and whether the information will be valuable or not, but I like the idea of having like the big profile here, the name of the wizard, their favorite things, and then the hints towards what they like, they dislike, the different combinations, maybe then their flavor, and combining with other dishes what it gives you. I do want to go in that direction. I like the idea of it. This is nice here, but I like the idea of it feeling like a spellbook instead of like a menu with the icons. So, you know what? We'll try it. We'll see how it goes. We'll try for the direction of something more akin to this. And ads, alrighty then. We'll also click on that there too. So I think there's a few things, and I'm surprised 4 hours went by so fast. Truth be told, we need a game plan before ending, and I still have a few things I want to touch over. But I do know what direction we'll be taking it in, and I'll certainly also be watching the video I was talking about, and I'll also send the video as well in Discord to those that are curious about the UI video I was talking about, because it was a video talking about the making UI nice looking, but I didn't even watch it. It just came across in the suggestions. So I'll put it up there too. And what I'll do as well is use this guy here, move this guy here. I like the idea, so we'll move it here. This, the Necrodex could either look like that or look like that. And I'm not sure which one I like. I could also always do a poll to see as well, but I like the idea of fast flipping the pages. The thing is, I don't know anyone who's able to manually or just without looking at the keys, type it in on the keyboard. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's 10 keys. That's not too bad. Truth be told, the different flavors of different wizards, it's possible to do it that way. You could either press the button or flip through it. Yeah, that could work. That's not off the table. I will write that down. We'll see about, and I'll do a yellow. Yellow stands for idea. And we'll say, flip to specific pages. Flip, F-L-I-P, flip to S-P-E-C. That's not a P, where we get the E. S-P-S-P-E-C-I-F-I-C. Flip to specific P-A-G-E-S. Flip to specific pages. And then we could say hotkeys with numbers. HOTKEYS, hotkeys with keys with WITH, numbers. NUMBERS. Yeah. And different flavors of different wizards. So the plan is to eat wizards now? No. It's just the idea of each wizard class has a flavor that encompasses that magic. In this world, magic is, well, the real thing is, it's a thing, or it's the idea of the whole theme of the game is that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You don't have to go down the path that's paved. In this world of wizardry, everyone's born with an affinity to a certain type of magic, and you're forbidden from trying to learn other magic. So if you're a necromancer, you can't learn pyromancy. You're a necromancer. You're born to be a necromancer. How dare you go against the grain? And so the hope is, the idea is that in this cafe Gabby's built, it's a melting pot. It's a place where all wizards can come together and enjoy different foods. And Gabby is trying her best to discover this new type of magic. I don't know what you would call it, but a magic of combining all of the current magics. And it's a cooking magic. It's cookomancy or something, but trademark pending. But it's the hope of you take the different spells and different magic that already exist, and now you're creating different things. You're using the different magics associated with each, and you're making them into the different flavors of the food. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. Watch out, chat. She's gambling with the C's now, did I? Hold on. FYIP to SPECIFIC, I am never good with the I's. I's and me do not get along. Does a C go there? Hold on. And this was really fun. No worries at all, Arnav. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we'll be ending very soon, but I want to make sure I want to have a game plan too. That's also something else. SPECIFIC. But I hope you have a good night and rest well, and bye. Let's see, specific. SPE is the yeah. Anytime there's an I in a word, IE or IC. My mind tends to scramble them, but also, it forgets them too. There's just not a preferred one. There you go. Flip to SPECIFIC, PAGE, HOTKYS, WTH, and UMBRS. Alright, that looks right. Let's see here. And Goromancy, that's a pretty nice one. That's a nice one. I would want, if possible, I want it to be a pun. I don't know if it's possible, but that could be fun to do. I do want it to, I want a little bit of puns. Not too many, but a few here and there. I will add that Goromancy on the board there. Thank you for that suggestion, Banafi. Yeah, okay. So we have the page flips. I think that is an idea we can certainly try out as well. And what else are we missing? Because if we have this, and we have the page flips, and Goromancy as in gourmet, yeah, gourmet. But it doesn't, I'm not feeling the punny. The word makes sense. It's like saying cookomancy. I understand because you're cooking, but it's something. Let's see. So flip to a specific page. We will be doing that. We'll do that as well. And what will we be doing as well? Let's see here. What else needed to be added? We have the options, we have the orders, we have the idea of the information. We need to figure out a way to show the player that they have to take the things off the bookshelf. And currently, there's nothing obvious about that. We could always just say. And also about the splat, no worries. If I can get a good spin on this wreath, I'll be back. No worries at all, Meowity. Thanks for stopping by, and best of luck. And Colomancy, I like that one. That one I like a lot more. Colomancy, let's see. Hold on. Colomancy, I'll add that in there. Spelling ain't my forte. I agree. Me neither. Colomancy. Let's see there. Okay. And we'll do that there, and we'll move that to about there. Lovely. Okay. So, how can we decide, or how can we show the player that they have to grab this certain ingredient? I'm thinking what we can do, or it could also just be the tutorial saying as much, but and the thing is as well, it doesn't have to be bookcases that we get it from, the ingredients. I just have the bookcases there because they're not easiest. I don't like that word, but I like them there. And you know what? Actually, technically speaking, do we even have to have the, what is it called? If we tell the player instead, right, and rip my suggestion, and gourmand seat, slight variation on the gourmand seat. I don't know about that one. It's the seat at the end. It has to end in mancy. That's the rule here. If you're gonna be a wizard, your magical class has to end in mancy. So it has to be something mancy. It's like the Necronomicon. I like that one, and it's the Omicon because it's like a lexicon. But the Nama is because it's supposed to be a cookbook. Let's see. Yeah, I think, what if we do away with the bookshelf? What if, well, now, granted, I do like the bookshelf. The bookshelf was a difficult feature to add into the game itself. That was a pain. But maybe what we can do is have one singular bookshelf. And in this one singular bookshelf, we pull up, let's see, and I move this guy down. But what if, when you, instead of it being multiple bookshelves, it's a singular guy. So you have one bookshelf you can grab all of your ingredients from. And when you interact with this bookshelf, it then pulls up and opens the menu, and it opens it up so it automatically flips to your spellbook here, and it flips to the pages. And that's how you can choose which one you want off the page. So you'll grab the flavors associated with it. So for example, you can then hotkey it with the 1 to 9 or 1 to 9. So instead of scrolling through all of them, it could become a method to do where you do E to interact with this guy. So you do E, and then you'd have to choose between what if you want a flavor or if you want a dish. So say I want a flavor, we could swap to the next arrow key. So maybe it's E arrow key, and then if I want to have the sweet flavor, maybe it's 2. So you do E arrow 2, and you could create different mini combos like that. That could be a thing to do instead of how it is currently, where we, what is it called? If we go back into the game itself, and I go into the game here, and we go into programming, that could work out nicer. And it would also allow you to have to interact with the spellbook. And if you ever want to look at the spellbook without needing to go to the bookcase, you can. It exists here and on the bookcase. It's just a mechanic when you're at the bookcase or bookshelf. And when you're here, instead of going up to it, pressing E, and then having to go all the way to the end, which is the thing right now, you would then do E, you would click on the flavor, and then you would press the number associated with it. I think that's a good thing too. I think that could work out fine as well. I think, for now, yeah, I'm open to doing that too. So then let me bring you back into concepts here. Let's recap what will be done and what will be, So, looking at this, we'll be back on Sunday for programming. Tomorrow, we'll be doing some pixel art. We'll be working on drawing more cities when it comes to learning how to draw pixel art. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then next week will be the last week before I take my break. So we'll still have some more time in between as well. I do want to do my best, and I'm not sure how well it will go if doing this overhaul when it comes to the UI, but I'm gonna give it a go. I'll see how well I do. So there's a few things we need to do. Step 1's going to be, before we even touch the tutorial, step 1 is we need to overhaul. So O-V-E-R over H-A-U-L, overhaul UI, or spellbook. Overhaul spellbook, S-P-E, S-P-E-L-L-B-O-O-K. Overhaul spellbook. Yep. Overhaul spellbook. Let's see, overhaul spellbook. Once we overhaul the spellbook, then we'll go ahead and redo the tutorial. So redo, R-E-D-O, redo tutorial, T-U-T-O-R-I-A-L. Another thing that needs to be done too, though, is not only do we need to overhaul the spellbook, we also need to overhaul the cafe. So overhaul cafe, O-V-E-R, overhaul, H-A-U-L, haul cafe, C-A-F-E, cafe, plus customer, C-U-S-T, let's see, C-U-S-T-O-M-E-R, customer orders, O-R-D-E-R-S. So it's O-R-D-E-R-S. Alrighty. And I think what I can manage to do at the very least is by Sunday, I can have restructured, so refix the cafe so that instead of the 12 customers, we'll make it 8. And another thing I can try to do is also incorporate or implement the speech bubbles for the customers. I can do those things. I think I can do those things between now and Sunday. I have hope. And come Sunday, what I'll do is I'll also spend some time watching some tutorials on the whole UI idea. And I'll also see if I can flesh out the brainstorming ideas when it comes to UI layout. So instead of doing bug fixing, which I don't think will need to be done, on today we spent it brainstorming ideas for the tutorial, and what we'll do on Sunday is we'll overhaul the menu UI when it comes to the spellbook. So yeah, I think that'll be the good plan. This will be on Sunday, and I will try to do this between then and now, and then we'll save the tutorial depending on when it happens, either for next week or during the week, depending on when it gets done. So we have a gameplay plan now, which is always good and nice to hear. Okay, with that said, let me bring you back into the screen. Yep, that screen there, that screen there. Alrighty then. Well, that'll conclude the stream. Now, don't go anywhere yet. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always a lot of fun to read a fellow Godot game dev. And I always find it's always fun to try to find new people as well. And we have a gameplay now. Do you mean game plan, Banafi? If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I want to see if we can find someone to raid. As I said, it's always super fun. And I try to raid someone new, but if there's not always someone new, well, hopefully we can go with some good old reliables if they happen to be streaming. If you're on YouTube, though, that'll be it for me today. Again, tomorrow we'll be doing pixel art, and then the day after that, we'll be working on the UI. So if you've been struggling a little bit with the UI, maybe we can struggle together when it comes to the UI. With all of that said and done, if I don't see you tomorrow, and if I don't see you on Sunday, I hope you have, regardless, I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I'm going to go to the end screen, end it on YouTube, and then come back here, and then we'll do the raid. So stick nice, on, and comfy, alrighty? Alrighty then, see you soon, bye-bye.